Oh, can't wait for Talk Like a Pirate Day. I'm actually going to be healthy this year, and I'm going to push out the pirate music that we have. Is having pirate music of your own, it's kind of amazing. Like, I don't have to, like, say what a cool track this is. It's more like, what a cool track we made. This new production schedule is good. It's, I might have to thin it out just a touch. I have to see. Yeah, I just need the ship now. I'm gonna have to look at the production schedule. I think it's gonna be rough until I go on vacation, and then it'll be rough like a little bit right after I get back from vacation. But once I have like 2 or 3 politics articles done, like as long as I have a couple of go-tos in the bag, then I can, when I want to work on something timely, like I want to work on an article about, I'm tired of everybody screaming an assault weapons ban, an assault weapons ban, an assault weapons ban. An assault weapons ban would not have stopped yesterday's tragedy. And we need to stop just saying the same thing over and over and expecting it to have better results. A assault weapons ban would not have saved any of those kids. And when people start saying, like, if people bump their fucking gums at me about yesterday's tragedy, the only thing I can say is, why do you think that I don't have a legitimate concern about those kids? They were Catholic. It was a Catholic church that was shot up. We have now, remember, and if you remember on my show, I've always said it was gonna be when we got guns in church. That was gonna be, it was bad that we had guns in school, but we wouldn't see real change until guns in church. And yesterday we had guns in church. And the reason why I've said it is, because you need to be able to take away everybody's bullshit talking point. Thoughts and prayers. Every single politician that I see, I keep saying, what do you mean thoughts and prayers? These were school children, thinkers, in a church, praying. I don't think thoughts and prayers is what's going to solve the problem now. I see Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and Elizabeth Warren both said, you're in fucking the Senate. You're in the House of Representatives. Don't tell me what Congress needs to do. Take your ass to your computer and draft a bill. You draft it. But I realized when I started looking through all the Congress people, the majority of them can't be productive, useful members because they don't have the prerequisite background. They don't know what they need to know. Like, we keep electing fucking bartenders and fucking senators' surviving spouses to Congress. It's not like we're electing fucking scholars. And with that, that's about all I have to say on that particular piece. I am really, really proud of Starry Studios. One thing I want to say is overnight, when the patch comes out, first of all, it's really weird when they do the patching because they're a Chinese company. So they do the patching at like 6 o'clock Central Time, like 7 o'clock Eastern. Most companies don't patch during, quote, prime because they don't want to disrupt the players. Starry doesn't give a shit. NetEase doesn't give a shit. They're like, it's not about prime. It's about this is our workday. And so it's always weird because you're like, I want to play Once Human, but it's patch day, so I can't. They had a bug last night where people were able to generate 20-point mods. They were able to generate mods with 4 legendary traits. And they rolled that shit back Johnny on the spot style, which, yeah. What happened was there was server instability, and if you were rolling your mod and it got caught in the server lag, it bumped up the trait, but it didn't count one of your 5 attempts. Well, I'm not smart enough to explain how to fix this problem, but what I'm smart enough to say is that your system shouldn't be in that order. On the mod, the attempt should get logged. The attempt should get logged before the result gets logged. Now, that would also result in, if there was server lag, you would use the attempt but not get the stat. But that's better than 20-point mods running around. The other thing is, I checked with somebody today, it should always be an easy queue, an easy query for them. Their system should be set up automatically to be detecting on the mod table, the mod database of all the mods of all the players, if any 18 or higher point mods exist. So in that case, and they probably do have that, so that's how they were able to identify which mods needed to roll back. But at least they're on top of it. At least it's not, oh, it's going to take, it's going to take 2 weeks to fix. So they were Johnny on the spot with that. All right, get this. See all these. I did see, I'm going to take a look around once I drop this stuff. I want to look at the menus. I did like that they finally are doing something to give you a reason to play. That's good. The new seasonal stuff. I thought the seasonal stuff at first was only going to be Raid Zone, but it turns out it's not. There is one for Raid Zone, and then there is one for the regular servers. I think it would be foolish of them right now to put a lot of effort into just Raid Zone. I get it that that's their original core product, but it's the product they wanted to build. But right now, the PvP still isn't good enough. They're having to do, like, there's just so much about the setup that's bad. Yeah, that's the one good thing about when they patch. They are at work if something happens. That's absolutely true. I used to laugh about was with companies like Tryon. They would be patching. They would have like 2 guys patching who weren't even, well, gets even better. Tryon would be sending the patch, the build, to the team in Europe. And then the team in Europe would be patching when the team in Korea was sleeping. And so if there was a problem, before Tryon wakes up, the developers or the server people in Europe have already fucked up the server, and they have no ability to bring it back online. And so now they have to wait until they can wake people up and to say, hey guys, we have a problem. And then fucking Tryon has to do what exactly? Like, they can't fix it. It's not like there was a development team in California that could make changes. They couldn't touch the patch. So now it's like, okay, we have this problem. What do we do? It always shocks me when companies don't deploy the patch onto a test server. It always shocks me. Like, in what universe does it not make sense to test it? Hey, what's up, Craxus? In what universe does it make sense to not test it internally and then have a fucking public test server? Throw it on the public test server and see what breaks. Oh shit, this broke. Oh, well, that's not good. What do we do about it? Like, it seems to me like development companies are constantly they're constantly how should we call it? They're one bad patch. You think Dune is currently doing that? So I loved my testing time in Dune. I did. Funcom. I loved my testing time in Dune. But I completely missed the launch window. And by the time I got back from the wedding, Dune already had problems. And now, I'm sorry, and I'm not against organized PvP. I love the idea of organized PvP. But we have got to move past this idea where organized PvP is going to give you such a competitive advantage that there's really no reason. If you're not on top, you're not in. Yeah, they have a test server running alongside regular server, and they should. And they absolutely should, because there's no reason not to. There is no reason not to be running the test server. Oh, there we go. Our wall is back. There is absolutely no reason to not be running a test server in conjunction with your live servers. Now, back in the day, somebody brought up a good point. That if you're running a test server, what in theory... Did I just do what I think I did? Yeah. If you're running a test server, what in theory can happen is people that are willing... People that want to get an advantage, people that want to get ahead, what they're going to do is they're going to go on the test server. They're going to go on the test server and they're going to get all of the details. Well, okay. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely what some of them are going to do, without a doubt. No argument. No argument, no debate. That's absolutely what they're going to do. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with people wanting to be competitive. The trick is developers and publishers need to start acting like mom and dad when it comes to certain issues. Who runs this shit? Do the players run it, or do the or does the company run it? And what I mean by that is it's really simple. If you're gonna have a game that's gonna have competitive features, then have competitive features, but then also have casual servers, and then quite simply monitor the casual servers. And if you see a casual server gets a really hyper competitive guild rolled on it, reach in like mom and dad and say, I'm sorry, puppies, you must have gotten lost. You're supposed to be in that playpen because you're a 1,500 person organization that went to a casual server. Let me go put you on a competitive server because you got lost. It's always amazing to me when people will beat their chest and say, oh, we're highly competitive. Oh, you're highly competitive, are you? Then what the fuck you doing on a casual server? You're hyper competitive, are you? Then why did you dodge? Why didn't you go, like, we're a top tier PvP guild. Okay, well then why aren't you on the server with all the other top tier PvP guilds? Why are you claiming to be something and not going where you should be? I also think that most of your problems with that can be solved by never allowing server transfers. Server transfers should never be a thing. And somebody once said to me, well, what if you're being harassed? Okay, well, if you're being harassed, what do you want? You want a one-off server transfer for yourself? So what you're saying is you have no friends on that server. Is ultimately what you're saying. You're not vested in that server? Okay, cool. We'll move you. But I think the other way to handle it is by if you're being harassed, then I don't know, man. Let's maybe look. Whoa, why the hell is that so loud? If you're being harassed, I appreciate the follow. If you're being harassed and you report that, then maybe they should investigate the harassment claim. Hi! I always love new people. New people make me happy. Everybody makes me happy. New people, just more so. Okay. I'm gonna help you out. You came to the way wrong fucking channel to do that shit. That was a mistake. That just cost you, because I do a politics show. And I'm gonna shit all over that. I'm gonna shit all over your behavior. Am I in the politics channel right now? Do you think it's a good idea to come in here and post a fucking link to a guy who does political analysis 3 days a week? Do you think that this is the way you should have gone about it? Because let me get to the punchline. You're a musician looking for Vermont voters. Okay. Either way, motherfucker, all I will do now is go to wherever you're trying to get votes, and I will vote for anybody other than you. Why would you think this is acceptable behavior? And I mean this, and I'm going to help you out because I have a long established career in marketing. Why the fuck would you think pump and dump without ever having a talking point with me is going to be a good plan? Like, this is a serious question. Why would you believe that this is the way to go about it? Because what I'll tell you is it's absolutely, positively not. The punchline is we have just a few days to get qualified to start a new month. Wait, are you a musician or are you a politician? So, let me help you out. I told you I was going to shit on you for your behavior as a political party, and I don't know the first thing about your platform, and I'm already going to shit on you. And I'm going to shit on you because this is not how you go about doing things. Number one, I'm not in the politics channel right now. Okay? I'm also not in the music channel right now. I own a record label. All of the music is mine. I own a record label. I do a political show, and I will literally shit on you for your behavior due to your piss poor etiquette and lack of decorum. Nobody should vote for you. And that's all I need to know. It doesn't matter if platforms are not filed until 2026. Doesn't fucking matter. Hold on, let me see when this account was created. It doesn't matter. You should have walked in here and you should have had a conversation. This isn't how you behave if you're trying to be a legitimate politician. It might be a bot. I'll argue with a bot for a few minutes. So, even better if it's a bot, because then I can clip out of today's show and I can show the bot behavior. If this person is really there, then I could give this person 900 pieces of advice. The biggest one is everything you've done today, don't do that. First, we have to organize a new political party, preferably full of musicians. Okay, watch this. Ready? I was gonna do that. Yeah, it's a bot. Yeah, full of musicians. Probably what happened is my channel probably got tagged because it was in the politics category. So this thing stumbled in, but I will go to whatever the link is after the show. And if it is a political party, I will shit the fuck all over it. What is wrong with this society? This is my 4-hour break from politics. I sure as shit don't want to deal with morons. Shit, I'm on Twitch. I'm fucked already. But back to video games. It was funny to me. I made a tweet yesterday about Ashes of Creation. I'm a known musician in Vermont. No, you're not, because I don't think there's a musician in Vermont, but you also missed my guy. You're going to get banned and reported for spam if you don't respond to the thing that you were asked to do. So you've got about a minute, and then I'm going to report you for spam, and I'm going to report the bot. What thing? Read the chat. The thing would tell you. The thing is in the message if you're reading the chat. It's not like it's hard to find. Can it beat the fucking buzzer? Can it beat the buzzer? I'm gonna report this bot. I'm also gonna let Siri know. I'm gonna let Siri know that it's a bot so that Siri just starts banning it for everybody that used Siri. I can't find it. Buzzer, buzzer. Cool. You can't find it? Good. You're a bot. That person would have had a lot better luck if they had just showed up tomorrow. You know, come in, talk, listen. Why the fuck would anybody think that? Like, this is the piece about people. Everybody wants to be a content creator. Nobody wants to be a content consumer. Now that I've changed my Twitch name, I don't have to have like 4 Twitch accounts in order to go to people's channels, because I didn't like talking on my network channel because it seemed like I was going into their channel to advertise. If you want to be a leader, you have to be a follower first. If you want people to view your stuff, you have to be willing to view theirs. And if you're not willing to view theirs, I just wrote an article this week about value. If you wouldn't watch your stuff, why should anybody else? Guy, you can only imagine, guy in an argument yesterday said to me, Abraham Lincoln used to refer to the United States as a democracy. I said, that's interesting because I have a collection of all 137 times Abraham Lincoln used the word democracy in his writings. Never once did he do that. So like, everybody agrees there's 137 times, and I have all 137 of them. What do you have that I don't? Then the person was like, oh, I guess he never did. Oh, you think? What was the update last night? Well, it was two things. It was a patch to give us the next part of this event, which I got to go, and hopefully this box, if it's working right, this box will drop me a blueprint for the new event creator, because they realized this event was pretty light. Let's see, did we get the blueprint? Yes, we did. There's the gravity integrator and a wild buffalo. It's a twofer. So now that gravity integrator you use and it starts an event. They also did some tweaking of aiming while you're airborne. They also yeah, it's light. How else would we float? They also put in the ability to level up, instantly level up your pets to level 60. And then they did some fashion, sitting on furniture. You can change how you're sitting on furniture, which I guess in and of itself is a cool thing for the RPers. And it's the RPers that keep the game funded because they're the ones that buy all of the cosmetics. But with that said, they've got to decide what they're making. I love this new gravity thing that they made, because it's going to take us a little bit back to survival. I personally believe that we need to go back to having our bases being threatened, and so we actually have a reason to log in and play. If every 7 days your base was attacked, 7 days to die has a really good, gameplay loop. If every 7 days your base was vulnerable to attack, but you could force the spawn, that would mean people would have a reason to log in. If there were if there were threats to your bases, like wandering hordes, then it would mean you would have to dedicate some portion of your power grid to defenses. The winter is your least favorite. The winter is very, very difficult if you don't get on a winter server right when it's starting and you don't basically no-life it for the first couple of days. Because if you're not established and ready to go, if you're not established and ready to go by the time the first phase ends, you're going to struggle the rest of the season. Unless you join a hive and they can literally throw the mats at you. Yes. I 100% believe in vacation modes. I think that vacation modes are important for two reasons. Vacation modes are important because if you have property that gets destroyed or picked up after 7 days, or I think it might be 5 days now, of not logging in, people are going to get mad if they lose their property and then they can't drop it. One of the big issues they have is there are times where you can't even re-drop your property. Rail got stuck with that last season. Nothing Rail did. He could not get his property dropped because of one brick, a piece that he hadn't seen. And it wasn't like he didn't log in. He was logging in every day. We just got forced server merged. Well, that's another thing they need to fix. They need to fix the forced server merges. But if you can't get into build mode, you can't even help out at a base. It's not like you could say, okay, I can survive not being able to get into build mode because I can live off of the hive base. If you can't get into build mode, or I'm sorry, if you can't drop your property, then you can't go into build mode. Build mode is only available after. So yeah, a vacation mode to make sure that your property doesn't get jerked with is probably a good idea. The thing about a vacation mode is, the way it needs to function is when you enter vacation mode, it literally needs to tell you, if you log in again after this point, you will be out of vacation mode. Sometimes people don't feel like playing, and other times they don't have the time. Bad game designed to punish individuals if their inactivity only affects themselves. Okay. I agree with you because you threw on that if their inactivity only affects themselves. So I will agree with your statement because you put the qualifier on it. Absolutely. If the only, yeah, I'm losing stuff like that more often than not, keeping people from returning. Right now, there is no reason on any of their servers to be packing up people's houses after 7 days. There might be a reason to designate certain areas that are considered prime real estate, because then it is, you're not using it and other people can't use it because your base is there. But if they would simply make it so that the old thermal towers were on every server, then we wouldn't need to have pollution zones at all. They wouldn't be needed, because then everybody could get oil and everybody could get acid where they went. If the pollution zones were actually a viable thing, I would say then let's keep them. But right now they're not. The only thing that happens in a pollution zone is that you can get impure acid, and then there's a content piece if your sanity goes too low and the fool appears and kills you. All right, well, go into my chest. We have over like 300 or 400 alcoholic beverages that prevent you from losing sanity. So it doesn't even produce the desired result. Yeah, absolutely. The thermal towers should be in all scenarios. And what you do is, the thermal tower should belong to the guild that drops it, which it does, but then it should be a staked claim. It should be 9 spots. It should be, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 spots. If you fill the 8 spots around the thermal tower, and only members of your hive can drop into those 8 spots, if you fill all 8, then the game should allow you to expand it. And then only your hive can drop until the hive leader goes onto the thermal tower and checks a box that says allow strangers to drop. That would be such a great little tweak to the game that doesn't hurt anybody. Well, what about the people that drop their thermal tower in the oil field? It doesn't matter. Because if everybody can turn anywhere into an oil field, then what does it matter if people have the oil field? Like, I want to fix the actual problem. I don't want to like not fix the problem because of a couple of singleton issues. Trying to figure out where you're supposed to get better than 5 1s and 5 2s. And we, at this point of the lunar cycle, is that true? Yeah, at this point of the lunar cycle, we had the ability to get better than 5 1s and 5 2s. I don't know if anybody's gotten one. I haven't. I also don't do this enough to. No interest in checking out Alpha 3 for Ashes? Oh yeah, I was talking about Ashes of Creation yesterday. I was talking about what happened. So yesterday, I made a tweet about Ashes of Creation because I haven't been the Ashes 101 guy for 2 years, but I introduced a lot of people to Ashes of Creation. I introduced a lot of people to the game. So when they have problems with the game, they come to me and they say, I have this problem. Person made a Reddit post on Reddit about Ashes of Creation. There was nothing inflammatory about it. It was like something along the lines of, well, I won't do something along the lines. What happened was, person made a post on Reddit. And what they said was, if a studio wanted to gain the trust of players that it's lost, all it needs to do is stop making promises and start producing. Intrepid lacks the ability to do either. So I tagged Steven with it. I tweeted it and I said, I thought at Steven J. Sharif and hashtag Intrepid Studios wanted hard feedback. Steven PM'd me within an hour of me making the tweet. Well, first of all, we used to be friends. Steven and I used to be casual friends. More than acquaintances, never eaten in his kitchen. I didn't even get a fucking hello from him. I don't work for you anymore. I don't make content for your game anymore. I didn't even get a motherfucking hello. I basically got dictated to. It's like, I need this information. Let me ask the person if I can share the information. Now, I appreciate that he reached out to me. Don't appreciate the lack of civility. And then we start talking about how I said, well, it must have been a member of your community or a member of your staff or somebody that reported it up to Reddit. I said, it's not like your community has like the greatest reception to negative feedback. And he's like, well, the feedback that we get isn't whatever way he said it. People don't have to be polite to you. They're not required. If a customer is unhappy with how you're delivering the product, they don't have to be polite. And 7 years ago, you didn't make being polite a prerequisite. You said you didn't want white knights. You didn't want conspiracy theorists, but you didn't want white knights. Now all you've done is build a fucking community of white knights. I wonder why you're having to make so many changes to your game now. Which is it? Your team doesn't have the skill to execute your 4,000 page game design document? Because I don't have to be polite. So I will ask the question point blank. Why are you having to make so many game design changes that you shouldn't have to? Because 9 years ago, you had a 4,000 page game design document. Why can't all the people you assembled execute the game design document? Did you hire the wrong people? Do the people that you hire not have the skills they said they had? You added in rotating war peace zones. I thought the entire point of your game, which was supposed to be meaningful PvP, not random PvP. I thought we didn't want random PvP. I thought we wanted the PvP to make sense. I thought we wanted to have consequences and weight. Those aren't the things I said. Those are the things you said. But that's fine. Well, I also brought up the fact that Steven said something I brought up to him. I said, oh yeah, let's talk about your crack fucking moderation team. There's been a death threat against me on your Discord for over a year. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's been there for over a year now. And it wasn't posted until I hadn't posted on your Discord for over a year. But I guess because I used to be critical of the project, a different set of rules are applied to me. It's okay to make death threats against Jalan. Because the threat is literally, what if we just killed Jalan? And it's not like it could be misconstrued as they were talking about my character. There was no testing going on at the time. So you're upset that people are being critical about your product, but you don't want to police your house? Okay. No problem. People will continue to be critical about your product. And as soon as I sent that to him, I said, yeah, we're just going to roll over the death threat. That's about what I expected. Then I didn't hear back from him. Because it's probably in his mind he wrote me off because I was being mean or being hurtful or being critical. I'll tell you right now, if I was on vacation and a death threat happened and I didn't know about it and I got back and I got told about it and I had paid moderators, not my volunteer moderators, because they volunteer. They step in where they can, when they see something they need to step in. If I had paid people whose whole fucking job it is to do community management, and I got a cut and paste of a death threat, number one, I would personally go remove that death threat and apologize. I am sorry this existed on my Discord for 13 months. And then I would pull every fucking paid person who's involved in community management into a meeting, and I would say, I just had to personally deal with this. How the fuck did we miss it? You shouldn't allow if there's going to be a double standard between those that are critical of your project and those that support your project, the ones that are critical of your project should get the higher level of standard. Because if you're not listening to critiques, it means all you want the critiquers to do is go the fuck away. Well, I wonder why Ashes of Creation, 100,000 testers? 100,000 people bought Alpha 2 and they can't fill a server? They can't fill one normal server? Why are you testing? Why are you so late in alpha testing? Because it's if it's Alpha 2 Phase 3. Why aren't you testing the servers exactly how you intend to launch them? If anything, the population cap on the server should be lower because you don't have enough content to spread 10,000 people out among, I don't even know what the bullshit number is, 12,000 square kilometers now, or 480,000 square kilometers of landmass, and then 1,200 square kilometers of ocean, or total, I don't remember the fucking numbers because I don't do Ashes 101 anymore. I think another problem for them is they have many talented developers, don't want to have Intrepid on their CVs because majority think the game is a scam. What do you mean? Yeah, most of their developers have Ashes on their cover letter. What are you referring to? Because a gap in your resume is worse than, like, nobody's gonna give a shit if you're a developer and you worked at Intrepid Studios. They're only gonna give a shit if you were if you were lead. Like, Blizzard's not gonna care that you have 5 years of experience. It doesn't matter that the game isn't coming out. Absolutely does not fucking matter. Unless you're a lead. If you're a lead, then you better be able to go into your interviews being able to justify what you did on the project to make it work and why the project never launched. But Billy, the game designer, quest writer, no company's going to give a shit that he worked at Intrepid because they're not going to blame him for that. People don't blame the underlings. Now, if it's well known that you're a coder and you fuck something up, that's a different story. But it's like Intrepid Studio. Now, I'll give you, since you brought that point up, since Intrepid Studios keeps posting that they're looking for a lead economic designer, why is the guy that they said was their lead economic designer, who's one of the best in the world, why does he not put Ashes of Creation on his resume? Why does Dr. Rocco Scandizo not have Ashes of Creation or Intrepid Studios on his work history? There's a question. What happened to the fact that he allegedly wrote white papers for Intrepid to help them establish their economy? What happened to that? Are you telling me that Rocco wrote you white papers? And if you don't know what a white paper is, it's a background paper, and it's not like a flushed out system. It's just something like, well, if you're going to have infinite income, you're going to have inflation. The way that you generally take care of these things is going to be gold sinks are going to be here. Do you know how many perks for drones in Manibus? 2. The one that'll allow your drones to have Invisible Hunter, so that scout drones enjoy the bullseye effect plus 30%. And then you can use each scout drone 5 times. And then there is a bonus effect for drones that's not on the drone itself, but it's on the bench. It increases the use of drones by 1. And then there's 3 for turrets. Or 2 for turrets now. 3 for turrets. There's barrage of bullets. There's shadow shift. And then the reuse 1. So turrets have 3. Drones have 2. But yeah, now back to the point. If Intrepid is upset that people are mad, and Intrepid is upset that they don't like the narrative, they don't like the story, well then stop being upset that people are upset and tell me what you're doing to shift the narrative. Because right now you've been doing, like, it's not like you can say we didn't know people were going to be frustrated with our lack of meaningful progress, because I stopped covering the game 2 years ago. And what I can say is, you ain't changed nothing in your presentation template. You still want to be proud of the shit that you designed month to month. What did 3 years ago I mapped out a much better marketing plan for them? 1 month do a live full QA the way they're doing. 1 month do just a Q&A answering people's questions. 3rd month have Steven just do a fireside chat where he jumps in a game live and just runs around. You're welcome very much. That's a much better battle rhythm for your marketing than we're going to show the same thing every month we're going to show things the same way every month for 7 years, and we're no closer to launch, and we don't want to actually be asked the question about why we're 4 years, 7 months, and 28 days late. I'll get to compare it to Starry Studios. Starry Studios, the way they do their media is so much better. Starry Studios, they don't start talking about it until they have it. We never know what's coming other than vagaries on the timeline. We never actually know what's coming. We didn't know about this gravity drop thing. We didn't know about that. We found out about it when it was ready. Oh, it's ready? That's cool. Then we get patch notes on the big thing. And then the day of the patch, sometimes 2, but it's usually the day of the patch, we get what looks like final patch notes. And we get that, I don't know, what would you say? 8 hours before the patch? We have the patch notes before the patch. It's kind of like Starry. It's kind of like Starry profits off completed products rather than hype for betas. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think we could do anything. The store for Once Human wasn't even open in beta. Like, we couldn't see the store, because I remember when I was first covering this a year and a half ago while it was in beta, I said, all that's nice, but it's a NetEase product. Until I see the cash shop, I won't call it free to play. Because if I have to buy stuff out of the cash shop, like, for example, backpack space. If the only place to get your seasonal backpack was the cash shop for 99 cents a season, then that's, in my opinion, not a free to play game. Because you've designed the game to have storage as a concern. So if you're selling the backpack in the cash shop, you've created the problem to sell the solution. They have never done anything that's pay to win. They've done a couple of things that had a little bit of stink of pay to win on them, and as soon as it was brought to their attention, they fixed it. The one time where unlocking things was based on what other things you had bought in the cash shop, and the player base was like, that's bullshit. I can't get all of the free to play rewards because I can't. I refuse to make specific purchases from the cash shop to do it. And they were like, you know what? You're right. They issued everybody the reward as if they had made the purchase from the cash shop. It's a good company. It shocks me. It absolutely shocks me because it's NetEase. Shocks me to no end. But I'm happy they're doing it. Even pay to win aside, I'm personally tired of capitalization of unfinished products. I don't care how good an early access game is. I won't touch it anymore. I agree with that statement. I have gotten to the point where I am not affected by FOMO because I don't care if any other game comes out. And as long as Final Fantasy Tactics comes out at the end of this month, that's all I care about. And I'm not being funny. That is the only game I need, because as Rail will tell you, before I got on this big kick of new content creation, I can lose an entire day, week, month in Crusader Kings 3. I don't think you guys understand how much I love that game. I love that game to a point where I play at speed 1. I set goals for myself and I play at speed 1. I marry off my children. I will go so far to say is when I need a distraction and I'm playing Crusader Kings, I don't play like other people do where they match their kids off and they don't. I actually run a mod that allows me to do introductions to my children or anybody that is my family. Oh, actually, no, the mod allows me to do it for anybody, but I don't get down to the level where I give a shit about the rest of the court. But I run the mod, Love Marriage Family, that I do introductions between my daughter and the person I want my daughter to marry. And then the mod takes their personalities and decides if they would be a good match. If it's not a good match, I don't give a shit what the political effects are. My daughter doesn't marry that douchebag. If she says I don't want to marry him, not getting married. That's the level I play CK3 at. I think I run 60 mods to get the game how I like it. But if it takes me a month to play a playthrough, it's my time. I'm happy. So I don't need another MMO. Every MMO on the planet could go out of business. I wouldn't be affected. Because most MMOs aren't even MMOs. Most MMOs anymore now, and we at least Excel Games and Kakao have been honest about it. ArcAge Chronicles is not going to be an MMO. It is a multiplayer RPG. It is a multiplayer online RPG, but they have specifically stated it is not an MMO. It is not an MMO in the way that you have come to think of MMOs. I'm glad they were honest. I'm happy that Chrono Studio yanked Chrono Odyssey right off of a 2025 release date. They got feedback, and what they said is, all right, we can't launch this. Companies don't do that anymore. And yet we've got, like, people are like, why haven't you checked out Ashes of Creation? Well, I don't know, because I don't think there's anything worth seeing yet. I'll look at it. I'll probably look at it on my stream on Saturday. But the reason why I can't look at it today, not only does the game take forever to install, but while you're installing it, download 100%. Okay, download 100%. Got it. Then why the fuck is my whole house's internet running like ass? As soon as I close the launcher, internet runs fine. Go to install it again. While their launcher is going, it says download 100%. My internet runs like ass. Later today, I'm going to look it up. I want to make sure. I think it does. I'm going to look at it later. I'm gonna have to get on. I'm gonna have to like share my screen with one of the smart people that I know and say where should I be looking? What's even worse though is, and I'm not a smart man. I'm not a smart man, but I know what stupid is. What was it? Because Invis, I'll tell you this, and what I'll say is, I was looking at their launcher, and their launcher will say, download 100%, file operations 70%, Delta merge 100%. Now, maybe I'm dumb, and I'll ask the audience, if your file operations are still in process, how can your Delta merge be 100%? Because my understanding, and I could be wrong, and I will always admit that I could be wrong because I don't do computer shit, but my understanding was that Delta merge should be a process after installation to make sure that all the installer files get deleted and purged so that you don't have 40 gigs of nonsense in the file. Now, I will admit if my understanding isn't complete, but I don't understand how, I know what Delta merge is, but I don't understand how it could be sitting at 100% if file operations are only at 70. I could see if Delta merge was 70 or less, that would be a really weird way to do your installer that way, because you would download, then you would install, unpackage, install, and then you would clean up. But what the fuck do I know? I could be wrong, and I'll be the first to say I could. Oh no, yeah. I'll be able to see right away. Because you know what I'll do? The simplest way for me to do it. No, I did not try Ashes Phase 3 yet because I can't even get the fucking thing installed because their installer is garbage. And as I was saying, I tried to install it and it completely sacked my entire home internet. I have two PCs. I have a gaming PC and a workstation, and that's my streaming rig. I tried to install Phase 3. And then I went back to my other machine to work, and I couldn't do anything with the internet. So I went and I closed the installer, went back to my first computer to check the internet, and it worked fine. Went back to the game computer, started the install again, and my internet went to shit. And I was like, well, okay, that's fucking weird. A lot of launchers just track download from 0 to 100, and they stay at, yeah, download, yes. Not download, Salty Bread. I get that it should go 0 to 100 on download. As long as it's not downloading anything, sit at 100. What I'm talking about is Delta merge. Starting going to the gym. They've been able to figure out some of the shit that's wrong with me medically. So the reason why I had to put on so much weight before is I was sick and I was losing too much muscle mass because I just couldn't keep any food in me. For a long period of time, if I threw up, then I had to go back and re-drink the shake. So I drink a shake at 8 o'clock in the morning that has a bunch of calories in it. But if I throw up between 8 and noon, I had to re-drink the breakfast shake, and then I had to drink the lunch shake. And I sat down with them and I was like, guys, I'm getting too many calories. And they're like, yeah, but you need the nutrients. Fine, then we need to figure out a better way to do this because I'm putting on too much weight. Well, now they've figured it out. They figured out what my body is missing. Now I have to give myself a shot every 2 weeks, and we're going to see if that works. And it has been working. I feel good. I've been up every day, no later than 6. My body doesn't hurt as much. I've been at my computer every day working. And then I work out. I don't go to the gym yet. I will now that they've told me I can. I had a heart issue earlier in January, and they restricted my physical activity, my strenuous physical activity. But now they've said I'm good to go. Now they know what it is. So now I gotta wear a smartwatch. I have to wear a watch that constantly tracks my heart rate. And if it tells me to stop doing whatever I'm doing, I stop doing whatever I'm doing. It works out fine. It works out great. So yeah, I'm happy about that. Appreciate it. I look good. Yeah, Salty Bread. So, Salty Bread, you're the smart guy. What's Delta Merge? And should it be sitting at 100%? Yeah, shots of pure productivity. Absolutely. It's nice that Starry fixed this game's launcher. I was having a problem with this. I kept crashing, and it was like, stop it. I don't have time for your bullshit. I gotta clear out that box. That box is all bullshit. Yeah, stop it. But yeah, it's weird shit, man. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why it has suddenly become so hard for companies to just make a good product. Like, just make a good process. Salty Bread, what I mean is, there's 3 progress bars. The first progress bar is download. The second progress bar is file operations. The third progress bar is Delta Merge. Now, my understanding of Delta Merge is the cleanup step. All I'm asking is, if I'm wrong about Delta Merge being the cleanup step where the installer goes and gets rid of and shit cans all of the install files that you don't need, that the end user doesn't need, that's my understanding of what Delta Merge is. I needed all these files to install. Delta Merge, from what I remember, checks what files already exist and adds the ones you need, so you don't redo everything with each change. Okay, well, hold on. Yeah, my understanding of it was, it's that, figuring out what files you need, but it's also the process of, when you open up something, you install it, and then you don't need it, that's the piece where you get rid of it. If that's all they're doing for Delta Merge, then it would be weird that would be their bottom step. Then you would think it would be Delta Merge, what files do I need to go get? Download, I'm done downloading those files. File operation, I'm done installing those files. It's always weird to me when I see something where the top step is at 100% and the bottom step is at 100% and the one in the middle is at 30, or the one in the middle is at 70. I'm willing to admit that I don't do this for a living. I can just go by what people tell me. So, I'm just saying, it seems weird to me. No, I'm not saying that Delta Merge is the problem. What I'm saying is, it's odd to me that the bottom step is at 100%, while the middle step is still at 70. My understanding was that Delta Merge was the cleanup step among it. It was the starting step. Go get the files you need, but then it's also the last step. Oh, hey, that thing you unpackaged, the user doesn't need some of these files. Throw those out. That was my understanding. And I'll freely admit my understanding could be flawed. I'm not dying on this molehill. Either way, though, it seems weird to me that the third step is at 100% before the second step's at 70. And if it really is the second step, then move it so that the user understands what the fuck you're doing to their computer. Or maybe it's labeled as delta merge and it's not really a delta merge. Well, then why the fuck do you have it labeled on the fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not that, then why does it say that? You see crap like that all the time. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, attention to detail. Like, I could go in there and make it like, oh, what's this step? Oh, this is the step where we steal all your financial information. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know you're robbing me blind. Thanks. Appreciate you, Big Papa. Yeah, the order of them visually. Nothing in life makes sense to me where you can ever 100% the third step before you 100% the second step. Because if the third step is already done, right? Then it wasn't the third fucking step. Oh man, Apox installer, that was fun. Apox installer, you needed to fucking, you had to go physically into your registry to clean it up. And no, the average user, well, are they numbered? Oh, shut the fuck up. Are they numbered 1, 2, and 3? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Ashes of Creation Apox installer was the grossest thing ever. Ever. People had to go into their registry manually to clear out all their shit. And then somebody said, well, all companies are like that. Okay, let me help you out with something. If your excuse for shitty work is that everybody does shitty work, shut the fuck up. You're part of the problem. Yeah, everybody does it, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't do that. I should be able to install your software and then remove your software, and I should never know that your shit was ever on my PC. Oh, the little things you got to get mad about. Yeah, I took a shit on the floor in Target. Well, everybody poops. I don't see the big deal. Except when in Windows updates and it breaks the computer. Oh, yeah. Also, I wanted to ask the smart people, because again, don't pretend to be one of you. What is this thing I saw? I have it bookmarked to read later for my afternoon reading time while I eat a steak. What is this thing that I'm seeing where a Windows update is bricking people's SSDs? Is this real? Is this fake? Is this a thing? Because if that's a thing, that's terrible too. Windows updates should never break your shit. If your operating system MS fucked up again. They managed that with a game. Star Citizen developer releasing a single-player game next year, Squadron 42. Holy shit! Squadron 42 is coming out next year. It's 2015! That's why I asked. I don't install Windows updates or graphic card drivers for a couple of days after they come out, because I figure if there's a problem, I'm gonna let everybody else discover the problem, and then I'll install it on my PC. I don't need, there's never anything I need the driver for right now. There's nothing I do in life that needs a driver right fucking me out. Ever. I'm not that cool. You do a month later? Yeah, I do at least a week later. I do at least a week later. Yeah, it's not like it makes any fucking difference unless I'm playing a new... Exactly. Or unless it comes out that I need it for a like a Cyberpunk 2077 where it's fucked up and I need the game day driver to fix the trees not dancing all over my screen. Yeah. Can we just get back to the point where companies owned their mistakes? I was listening to a video game essay. The speaker suggested we don't release enough small games to generate mastery of the engine. All these games are a massive long-term project. Yes. And what I will say is game companies don't... How can I say this? Game companies don't build their game as if, like Steven used to say, the core viable product, and then the core viable product was fully funded by him, and then Kickstarter and crowdfunding was for additional things, but you didn't build the game like that. You didn't build it that way. Build your core viable, like 7 Days to Die, the Fun Pimps is a great example of this. The Fun Pimps had 21 different alphas. The game got improved with each pass. Minimum viable product. Sure, the minimum viable product, the core viable product, what you could launch. And the reason why I said that, or I say this, whenever you're working on something, you need to get it to a point where now we launch now. And if you don't, if you have everything, and I guess I learned this from my father in home construction because it made a lot of sense. When the weather in Chicago starts to turn, it'll turn on a dime and you'll get snow and you're fucked. Well, all the houses would get it. My dad would just decide, he'd be like, now all the houses get buttoned up now. And they all get buttoned up. Siding, windows, roof. And you're like, but we're in the middle. He's like, they all get buttoned up. Then the rainy season has started. The snow season would start. Well, it's a lot easier to work on a fucking house when it's buttoned up and you can bring space heaters in than it is for you to be fucking putting siding up on a house when it's 19 degrees outside and you've got to get it done. If Intrepid, or I don't want to pick on Intrepid, I'll just say game in general. If a game wants to ensure it can survive, get to a point where it's playable and fun that you could sell, like the Fun Pimps did. They got to a point where 7 Days to Die was playable and fun. And what they did, they started selling copies, did development passes, sold more copies, more development passes, sold more copies. Right now, it seems like Ashes of Creation specifically needs another $100 million and another 5 years minimum. Now, what you said about not using the engine, there are people who started working on Unreal Engine 4 and they're trying to keep up with all of the Unreal Engine 5 updates, and they've never shipped a final product. Now, there's nothing wrong with moving. Yeah, they're waiting for Unreal Engine 6 to have an excuse, and that's only mildly funny. Now, people aren't building engines. People shouldn't be building engines anymore. People shouldn't be building engines unless what they're trying to do is so star-spangled awesome that a commercial off-the-shelf solution isn't going to... What the fuck? It isn't going to be able to solve their problem. A data-driven enhances structural integrity when used in... Well, where the fuck do I get them? Well, that's actually cool. Oh, I wonder. Oh, it's not... I wonder if you put 3 speed modules in one, how long it would take. That's actually cool. Increases the reward. Oh, hell yeah. Now we just got to figure out how to get those. It's near impossible for anyone with the largest companies who have the resources to build and continuously improve a solid engine with high fidelity. Of course, you can do 2D engines, but there's zero reason for small studios to make their own 3D engine. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely, because you can either be a game design studio or an engine development company. And even a studio the size of Amazon Game Studios, they put $500 million into combined New World and Lumberyard. And are you seeing development companies make mass transitions to Lumberyard 3D? Or what's it called now? Open source 3D? No, they're not. Somebody decided that we're going to try to make an engine that we're not going to charge for, that we're going to pre-optimize for Amazon Web Services. Yeah, it's open source 3D now. Lumberyard is dead. Yeah, even CD Projekt Red is giving up Red Engine in favor of Unreal Engine 3 or Unreal Engine 5, not 3. The big piece is, why would you want to have a team of engineers building an engine unless what you're building can't be built? Because it's cost effective, not because it ends up with a better product, but it's not cost effective. And that's the problem. Anybody who tries to make the argument that it's cost effective isn't properly applying project management. It's not more cost effective. Because what bean counters make the argument for is they say it's cost effective because, it's cost effective to use a third-party engine. Oh, yeah. Then we're on the same page. It is way more cost effective to use the third-party engine for 2 reasons. Now you can take all the development money that you have up front and you don't shoulder the burden of building your own engine. You also don't have 2 to 3 years lag time while you have a bunch of engineers. Remember, until the engine is built, the only people that are really working are the people who aren't doing code. Because you can't write code yet. You don't have the engine. You can do game design. You can do waterfall of all the stats. How's this going to work? You can design your economy. You can design your crafting system. You can, the artists can be working because that, for the most part, the artists can be working. But the coders, they're going to have to sit there and be like, how does the engine accept this? Well, it accepts it this way. Oh, okay. They can start rough idea drafting. Yeah, you can draft your 2,000-page game design document and then ignore it and never actually have it and never actually prove you had it. You could do that. Absolutely. And I'm not trying to be a douchebag here, but, there's a reason why a lot of companies are using Unreal Engine, because it's a cost-effective solution. If it wasn't cost-effective, people wouldn't use it. Why are people doing this? Because it's cost-effective? Well, I don't understand. What part don't you understand? You have to give Epic a percentage of your earnings. You're hearing that Ashes is not where I would have hoped it to be in the development cycle. Some people are trying to get me into the newest phases of the alpha. If you have alpha already, then you should. If you have alpha already, then you should check it out. If you don't have alpha already and you don't have an account, then you should cost Intrepid 15%. And they can pay me. I would not buy into the alpha. I would not buy into the alpha because Intrepid is doing their usual, people are being negative. No, people aren't. Intrepid Studios, among anybody else, needs to hear this. There is a difference between talking shit about a product and telling the truth about a shitty product. And if you don't know what your project is, right, then you shouldn't be upset by what people are saying. I love the guy from Eternal Tombs because he's a no bullshit guy. One of his staff members was mad about how I was giving my critique. And I basically told the staff member, go fuck yourself. Nobody tells me how I'm going to give my critique. You can choose to not invite me to any future testing, but nobody tells me how I give my critique. You don't like my words? Plug your ears, baby, because I don't sugarcoat anything because your fat ass will try to eat that too. And then later I went to the developer direct and he was like, I don't need you to be nice. I have a mom to give me hugs. What I need is the harshest feedback so I can build a better product. And I was like, holy damn, man, this is the developer. I don't have the alpha, so I won't be buying it. Yeah, don't buy it. After Narc left, they didn't have a lot of criticism for a year. Fuck that. Man, I am so tired. Like, it is so frustrating to me that people are like, after Narc left, they didn't have criticism. Narc used to suck off Intrepid. Narc got critical at the end, and he wasn't being critical feedback. Narc was just being negative. There is a difference between saying, this sucks, and saying, this sucks, here's all the reasons why, here's all the potential, here's how you fix it, here's some ideas, here's what I don't know. All Narc ever did was make one little piece that was a little controversial, and then go back to sucking off Intrepid. And then make a piece that was a little controversial, and go back to sucking off Intrepid. Then I saw he started to get critical, and then he walked right past critical to Muppet. Look, man, if you have to lie about a product, you're not being critical. If you get busted in that lie, you're a shitbird. There was no reason for Narc to piss away his content creation, what he had built, by going out into the desert and showing an unfinished piece of space that was going to be easily refutable, especially when you knew Steven could get on Asmongold's show. And at the time, Pirate Software was not a persona non grata. So it was dumb how Narc went about it. Narc should have said, this is what they said. This is what they delivered. And by the way, look at all this unpopulated space. He should have, and I don't know what the right words are because I don't give a shit. I give a shit now that it's testable and I can go in. But when a company is mad about what people say, then you've already proved that you're full of shit anyway. Like, I told you guys, I said something and a creator didn't like. A creator didn't like what I said. She took personal offense to something I said. And I said, okay. I made a TikTok about it and I said, what about what I said was wrong? No bullshit. We ain't gonna quibble. I'm gonna come right back at you. She has 5 million likes, 42,000 followers. She put her channel on private. I wanted to make sure she didn't block me, so I looked at her channel from multiple different devices. You're so mad that a goddamn guy on TikTok with 100 and maybe 50 followers, maybe I'm up to 170. You're that fucking ass hurt that you took a comment I made, put half of it on the screen to shit talk me, and I punched back? Did he delete his channel? Let's find out. Doesn't look like I can find it. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can find it. And I'll tell you what happened. Yeah, it looks like he, is that up? Let me see. His YouTube or his Twitch channel is still there. Yeah, his Twitch channel is still there. I can't find his YouTube channel. But the problem with his YouTube channel is, right? Narc's problem is Big Daddy Asmongold spanked him live on air. He was probably expecting that Asmongold would agree with him. And he got spanked by Daddy. Guess what? If you roll up your channel, then you didn't believe what you said anyway. My problem with people is mushmouth people. If you say it, say it. I don't give a shit, right? To be frank, Pirate Software did Narc pretty dirty. The level of hate he got from that community after Pirate put him on blast was probably the final straw. Yeah, and that's, you know, as I said, what was the 7 months ago good AOC video? There wasn't one. I can't give it to you because it was on Narc's channel. If the channel is gone, I'm not going to give you a bunch of people's clipped out of goodbye. Yeah, Asmongold reacted to it. That was it. But what Narc did on that was he deliberately misconstrued the situation. But the other problem is I don't think Asmongold shows the whole video. I think he cuts the video because it's a long video. And I don't like when a creator cuts a video, because if I can go and find the original source material, that's one thing. If I can't find the original source material, then it kind of sucks, because I don't know if you cherry picked out or if you misrepresented the creator's intentions. Yeah, it affects the context, absolutely. With that said, like I said, yesterday I posted that an account got banned on their Reddit. It was a Reddit level ban, but it magically got banned after the poster posted something not even negative, but Reddit viewed it as negative, which means somebody in the community, a community member, a staff member, a volunteer mod, or a total fucking random stranger reported it to Reddit, and Reddit interpreted it as hateful. You know why that should have never happened? Because Intrepid should have never been in charge of their Reddit in the first place. Intrepid controls the primary text-based platform, and there is no unofficial Reddit that's worth a shit. Why are you so hellbent on you controlling your Reddit? Is it because you're mad that people at MMORPG shit on your game? And why are you mad? Blue Squadron from BDO, who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit if Blue Squadron from BDO was criticizing Asmongold, Pirate Software, and Steven? Who cares? What does it matter? I'm gonna tell you this right now. I have no idea who the fuck Blue Squadron is. Yeah, exactly. Who? I have no idea who the fuck that is, which means they're not relevant in the creator space. They're relevant in the BDO space. Yeah, Asmongold doesn't play video games anymore. Red Squadron, you have lead. Blue Squadron, get to the planet and protect those rebels. But no, if the CEO of a company is going to reach out and try to justify what people say is negative about you, then all that's going to do is cause me to cover your game, because I won't play that bullshit. I don't give a fuck about your feelings, and you can't play that while you're being hurtful shit to me, motherfucker. Your community has a death threat against me in your Discord, and you've never deleted it. So if you think I'm gonna give a shit about hurting your fucking feelings, way wrong fucking opinion. Like, I will tell the truth, and it will turn out to be I'm shitting in your mouth. Which is why I don't even know if I want to cover Ashes of Creation. Because I'm already being told by people that it's garbage. That the same thing that was said years ago to them hasn't been fixed yet. The initial 10 level gameplay loop is utter dog shit. They still don't believe in item drops in the first 10 levels. So you don't feel like you're playing an MMO. Well, we want our MMO to be different. That's great. I understand. I want my pizza joint to be unique, but I'm still gonna fucking benchmark the good things that Pizza Hut did. If I'm gonna make a pizza buffet, I'm gonna learn everything I can from Cici's Pizza. Yeah, Carthos went to a member of their paid community team about death threats from the community towards another member of the community and was told, we don't see it as a death threat. Yeah, that's Exhibit A of the inevitable criminal trial. Like, you would think a company that knows they're under FTC investigation, a company that knows they're under California Franchise Tax Board investigation, and people will be like, Jay, you don't know that they're under California Franchise Tax Board investigation. Oh, really? I don't, motherfucker. Then why on their paperwork filings have they switched attorneys? Well, people switch attorneys all the time. Yeah. Interestingly enough, the attorney that takes care of the business side interests for me is an attorney that doesn't specialize in tax fraud cases. He doesn't specialize in being a tax fraud defense attorney. I'm saying that there is somebody at that company isn't being smart, because the guy that I have signed my routine day-to-day paperwork, guess what? There's no limit on how many attorneys you have. Have 2 attorneys. Have an attorney who doesn't have their name plastered as a tax fraud defense attorney. Are you saying that they've been indicted? No, I haven't. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I know somebody has filed a FTC complaint. I know somebody has filed a California Franchise Tax Board complaint. And I know that their new lawyer specializes in those types of defenses. That's all I know. I only know those 3 facts. Not trying to insinuate anything different. Not at all. Dynamic gridding will apparently be active for phase 3. At the beginning, like it's active right now, or like the leaderboards for APOC, it's coming soon. Because I'm still waiting for my leaderboards in APOC. And again, the person that contacted me yesterday with the post was, if you want to fix your reputation with the gaming community, all you need to do is stop making promises. Or if you make promises, live up to them. What did I say last week? Hey guys, I don't know what's going to go on Monday and Tuesday because I have 2 medical appointments. I got on Monday. I streamed for about an hour because people have a paid subscription to the show. Not many of them. I don't have many. But I don't give a shit. If I have 1 paid subscription to the show, it means I do as many shows as I am capable of doing with my health. If I have 1 paid subscriber, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, I'll be here. We are all extremely proud to debut our brand new dynamic gridding technology, which is a world first. Well, it's not a world first. That's a fucking wrong answer anyway. Designed to enhance the overall MMO experience, this system adjusts server workers on a single realm based on player activity. This enables higher population capacity on a realm and smoother gameplay performance for all. No, it doesn't. That's not what the fuck dynamic gridding does at all. This enables higher population capacity on a realm. No, it doesn't. No, the fuck it doesn't. That's a fucking bold-faced lie. That's not what dynamic gridding enables directly. It's the end result. But at the same time, I could have a population of they can fuck right off, because unless they can have 68,000 concurrent connections to their server, then dynamic gridding hasn't beaten EVE Online's simultaneous connections to their cluster. With that said, dynamic gridding does not allow you to have higher population capacity on a realm, because you could design your realm so it's all the spread the fuck out and people never congregate in any one area. What dynamic gridding allows you to do is it allows you to have a higher population in a smaller area on a realm and smoother gameplay performance for all in that smaller area. Dynamic gridding has no fucking thing to do with my performance. If I'm all the way the fuck over here and I'm the only person in that, on that grid. Dynamic gridding doesn't help me at all. It might help. It might help when you have shitty games where I'm way the fuck away from everything and there's lag where I'm at because you have lag somewhere else. Guess what? You don't need dynamic gridding to fix that problem. That problem gets fixed with static gridding all the way back in CryEngine 3. So, dynamic gridding will be actively tested in Phase 3. We encourage you to share your feedback on our official forums so we can further refine and optimize this system. Here's my feedback. Stop fucking lying about what it does. Also, isn't this dynamic gridding a default Unreal feature? Okay. Unreal Engine, by default, has the capability for a dynamic gridding feature. Theirs is crappy. What it is, it's a layout template. Why do we make shit up? Why do we feel it necessary to break our ribs, to suck ourselves off about what we're doing? How about instead of you talking about something that you probably are never going to be able to deliver? Because I'm just going to say this, and it makes me a douchebag, and I don't care. When companies lie, the more they lie, the more they lie, they push down their side of the scale. So the more douchebag I'm allowed to be, because all I'm doing is adding counterweight. If dynamic gridding on Unreal Engine was so easy to accomplish that a small studio like Intrepid was able to accomplish it, then why the fuck hasn't Epic Games, who has a shit ton of engineers working on their own engine, been able to integrate it as a core feature? Oh, damn. You're not the first company to have dynamic gridding. And you don't, it's like I said, dynamic gridding. Okay, I'll explain dynamic gridding the way I understand it, and it should be good enough for you. So if you played ArcAge or you played any other game that has seamless transition without loading screens, then what happens is you're here, and I'll put you in the middle. And when you're in the middle, you have 1, 2, or 3 options. There's no north, because I drew it too close to the top. So there's no this way. There is no this way. Your only option is to go this way, to go this way, and to go this way. Right now, those aren't, it's seamless transition between hardware. I'm not going to say servers. I'm going to say it's seamless transition between hardware. So there's 5 people on this piece of hardware, and there's 499 on this piece of hardware. When you try to seamlessly transition, somebody else is also trying to seamlessly transition, and the server is like, I have one spot, you get it. And then the other person gets a hard no. The person trying to come this way gets told no, because our grid has a maximum population of 500. So then we don't want to have that, because we don't want people to be told they can't go to that grid. So then what happens is we know that it should handle, give me a color. We know that it should handle 500, but we allow it to take, we're going to say 700. We're going to allow it to allow 700 people. We know that it's optimized for the performance to only have 500 people on it, but we're going to allow 700 so that nobody gets cock blocked and can't move. Well, now the problem is at 12, who the fuck is hitting me? Oh my God. Get out of here, you fucking shitheads. I'm teaching here. Cocksuckers. So at 12:37, a world boss is going to spawn. And it's going to spawn a fuck ton of ads. Well, now, your piece of hardware had already exceeded the maximum number of players that it was optimized for. And I'm saying optimized in a utopia, naive understanding that those 500 players are simul blasting all of their abilities, because the server doesn't give a shit about graphic effects. The server doesn't render graphics. It gives two shits. It renders all of your inputs as ones and zeros. That's all it gives a shit about. But it has to keep track of how many inputs of ones and zeros, because it has to, and then it has to send data out to that many clients. Oh, now we've run into the other problem, because we optimized it for 500 connections and 700 people showed up to the world boss. Well, where dynamic gridding comes into play, and I'm going to kind of cheat a little here, where dynamic gridding comes into play is as this grid is more and more utilized, it reaches down into the toy box, and I'm just going to say it pulls out more resources. Because I don't know exactly how they're doing their dynamic gridding. There's a couple of ways they can do it. One is that this is no longer one piece of hardware, and what it does is it divides that area into 4 and pushes you off onto new hardware. Hey, waiter, I need 4 copies of myself. Let's go. It pushes people off. Now, as throughout the day, people aren't there anymore. The population density is decreasing. It's going to say, okay, waiter, I can give you back these 2 plates so somebody else can have them. And then what happens is each one of those grid quadrants, if you will, and people are going to be like, that's not exactly how it is. Yes, I know, but we're trying to 50,000 foot view. What it does is now 700 people still go to that exact spot for that world boss. No amount of dynamic gridding is going to fix that. No amount of dynamic gridding will fix that particular piece of it, because you put more and more resources on top of it. But if the density of players is right on top of one space, the dynamic gridding itself isn't fixing that. What it's fixing is the guy that's farming, the people that are in the town, the boat that's loading trade packs, the person jerking off to their hentai wall art. All those people are off of that grid now. So if you've done it right, then any one of your grids, any one of your grids should be able to handle that world boss. But at some point, you are always going to reach a point of saturation where the hardware dedicated to it simply will not remain performant. And that's why you design your game content to keep everybody spread the fuck out. So you don't want... Remember in ArcAge, those ArcAge players? We used to be able to run around the world and kill like all 9 world bosses. As soon as the servers came up, it was a race to do world bosses. Well, if you make it so that your game doesn't have fast travel, you're not going to have everybody zipping around going to world bosses. The way Ashes was originally laid out conceptually was that you would live in a region of the world and you would experience the adventures in that part of the world until desire, need, want, whatever drove you to another part of the world. Right. ArcAge world bosses, the performance at prime time, misery, dischilled, yeah, exactly. And so what happens is, instead of trying to solve the problem with, we're going to solve this problem by a technology solution that we don't have yet, Steven should have been responsible, and he should have said, the way we're going to solve this problem is we're not going to have fast travel. We're going to make sure that all the world bosses spawn on not an identical timer, but relative timers, so that people don't have time to travel around the whole world. That means we're never going to have 8,000 people trying to stand on one grid. What we want to do is we want to make it so that instead of 8,000 people standing on one grid, we have 1,000 people standing on 8 grids. Or we have 500 people standing on, 16 grids. We want to keep the content density low. We want to keep the content count high, but the content density low, so that now you got 1 or 2 guys that are fucking around with the idea of dynamic gridding. Hey, guys, it's fuck or walk. Does it work? No, walk. How are we going to do our castle siege system? How are we going to do our node siege system, where, if you remember, What Intrepid stated was, there is no limit to the number of people who can participate. Oh, really, assholes? So all 10,000 concurrent users on a server can go to one node? Really? And that's what I asked years ago. I said, do you mean this? And they said, yes, we mean this. And it was like, how are you going to do it? And they were like, it's coming soon. Oh, okay. So you have no earthly idea how you're going to do it. I'll be right back. All right. I don't see our Ashes of Creation achieving that level of prestige in the industry with this system. You're right. And the trick to it is pretty simple. And I'm not trying to be a jerk, but you build what you want with what you have. And this is where I honestly lose all respect for Intrepid, because they get their feelings hurt over negative feedback. You're in the situation you're in because you only listened to the people that were sucking you off. That's it. Anybody who told you that what you were building was good, you respected. Yeah, I have a 5.4. Anybody that told you what you were building was good, you respected. Anybody that told you that what you were building needed to be looked at, you didn't want to listen to. Well, I'm sorry that now you have a product that is full of holes. Like, you have a 4,000 page game design document. Well, why didn't you follow it? You certainly, when you allegedly wrote your 4,000 page game design document, You didn't know anything about, you didn't even know that Unreal Engine would be able to handle dynamic gridding because you were still on Unreal Engine 4. You don't need dynamic gridding to make Ashes of Creation. You don't need it. What you need is, we don't have it right now, so how do we do it? Oh, how do you do it? Oh, that's simple. Ready? You want to have castle sieges. How many people do you want to have there? 250 versus 250? Fine. Can you put 500 people on one grid? No? Okay, well then make sub fights. Instead of having one large fight, have one large fight, have 3 small fights, and require leadership to dedicate people to those sub fights. You cannot join the main fight. You will fight over Tower 1. They will fight over Tower 2. They will fight over Tower 3, which already fit into your game design because you were already going to have 3 subnodes at the castles. So, now, if I have to put 30 people at each castle, 30, 60, 90, that's 180. 180 out of our 500 versus 500, right? Where are we at now? Can we do 640 at the castle? No? Well, then let's make it 50 on 50 at the 3 sub-locations. Can we do 700 at the castle? Yeah, we can do 700 on grid at the same time at the castle. Good. We just solved our problem. We no longer have to waste 5 years of development time to try to build something that we can't do. I don't necessarily agree. I think a 4,000 page game design document can be good, especially given if we believe that they had it. If we believe that they had it, then we know if we look at what they were trying to accomplish, then it wouldn't have been all the systems completely fleshed out. 4,000 pages wasn't enough pages to completely flesh out the system anyway. So what it was probably a lot of rough strokes. The node system will work like this. The node system will work like that. But remember, they've reduced the overall node system significantly. They reduced the total number of nodes by 17%, and then they got rid of an entire node stage. And since they got rid of an entire node stage, that reduces the workload or the complexity enormously. Because the game doc and white pages are with nodes 3. Yeah, the game design document is wherever nodes 3 is. That's right. And it's just a shame because I didn't have a negative opinion. I wasn't pissed about it yesterday until I made that tweet, and then it basically was like, Steven talked to me, and I was like, yeah, and then you want to be like, oh, people aren't being fair with us. People don't have to be fair with you. A criticism could be, this is dog shit. And if you remember, and maybe I should post it to remind Steven of it, I, in an interview with Steven, said, feedback needs to be constructive. It needs to be, this sucks because. It should never be, this sucks. Steven literally said on my interview, I don't care if the feedback is this sucks. It lets us know that we have to do better things. You don't care that the feedback is this sucks? Right, Salty Bread. What I'm saying is the game design document that they had isn't the game design document that you're thinking of. You're thinking of a game design document that spells out how everything works. They had 4,000 pages of game design ideas. They didn't have it mapped out. Well, let me back that up. They may have. I doubt it, because they didn't even have a staff when they said they had that. They didn't have a full development team. He doesn't care the feedback is this sucks because he wasn't going to pay attention to it anyway. That's also probably true. That's probably where I should have recognized I was wrong. He was saying, I don't care if the feedback is this sucks, because unless you say nice things, I'm not going to listen to you anyway. And what pisses me off about anybody, I don't care, game design, real life, anything. If you're going to cry that things are fucked up, right? Don't then turn around and say, well, things are fucked up and people are being harsh with us. Tough shit. Because you were told about all these problems. You knew about all these problems. You made a conscious choice not to address these things. Those were conscious choices. That's cool. I like that. Oh, that's cool. I really like that. That's how I have to build my base at the bottom from. Oh yeah, I like that. Post-apocalyptic vibe. Intrepid is a company. Steven needs to grow up with the we're people too. Yeah, you're right, because you're not people. And I'm not being mean. You're not people. You're a company. It's like that clip that I showed where the kid walks up to the substitute teacher's bag and throws it. And he says, that bag doesn't have any feelings you can hurt. I don't have any feelings you can hurt either. Like, if people shit on PGN music, go ahead. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you don't like it, there's a really simple solution to I think PGN music is shit. Don't listen to it. Ta-da! I just solved your fucking problem for you. You know, if you think my music is shit, don't listen to it. However, if you say you think my music is shit and here's a bunch of suggestions, I'm just gonna put my hand up. I'm gonna say, let me slow you down right there, partner. I never asked. And some people get really mad about that. They're like, what do you mean? I never asked you about your fucking opinion. I didn't ask you for your opinion. I didn't ask you for feedback. I didn't consult with you. I don't give a shit what your opinion is. You don't like it. That's fine. You can't hurt my company's feelings. Memories on the Pier doesn't care that you don't like it. I like it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have purchased it. When I was working with my producer, I think this is Mikhail. You will always get hate from someone, even if your product is perfect, because hate generates views and money. Right, exactly. You also can't really expect not to get this negative reaction when you're this open with your development. I hate saying it, but maybe Intrepid needs thicker skin if you want to keep open development. Yeah, I've said that for years to him. You're too thin-skinned of people to be doing open development. You're mad, like, you have an alpha and you're contacting me because I tweeted something, and then you want to be like, well, people aren't fair with the feedback they give us. What the fuck does that mean they're not fair? Yes, they are. Did they give you feedback? Yes, it's perfectly fair feedback. It may not be relevant. It may not be actionable. It may not be feedback that you even remotely give a squirt of rat piss about. Somebody says to me, I think that you need to have more heavy metal on your record label. Okay, it's never gonna happen. It's fine that you think that way. I'm not telling you that you can't think that way. I'm just telling you that you can think that way till you're blue in the face, but it's not gonna happen. Well, why not? I like heavy metal. Aha, because ironically, I don't. It also wasn't fair to have a community mod sanctioned bullying command against a community comment creator either, but here we are, Steven. Yeah, you know, here we are, Steven. Apparently, I'm not allowed to, for me specifically, I'm not allowed to call dumb fucks on my own show. And I think that's where Margaret and Roshan and Vacnar, like, obviously, Vacnar got pissed because I called him a fucking meat puppet with somebody's hand up his ass working his mouth like a puppet. He got mad about it. Well, guess what, man? If you don't want to be called a meat puppet with somebody's hand up your ass working your mouth like a puppet, don't be a meat puppet. Don't say shit that you know is false. They're just finishing up Shut the fuck up. They're fucking... We're gonna get this stuff recorded in the future. Guess what, motherfucker? If you didn't record it, you got two choices. Delay the stream, or don't show the recorded footage. But don't waste everybody's fucking time and be 2 hours late, and then when you get called out on it, I think they recorded the footage yesterday. No, the fuck you don't think that. You're being told to say it. Because if you really thought that, I worry about you. When Steven talks about hiring the best people to have, Roshan is solid proof that's a lie. Yep. Hey, Intrepid, you probably don't want to have this creator on any panels because he's view botting and chat botting his channels. How was Intrepid supposed to know? Because I told him. Well, how did you know? Well, quite simply because you supposedly have, at a time, you had 8,000 people in a chat, but only 6 unique chatters for that entire chat. Because Smurg wasn't very smart on the upchuck. He had view bots, but he didn't have chat bots. So then the chat history and the watch time was nowhere near. Like, I don't know, man, but when you should have million more lines of chat based on this many viewers and you don't. But then the last couple of content creator things I watched with Intrepid, the organized ones, it was them reading curated questions. They weren't allowed to go after Steven. They weren't allowed to play hardball. They weren't allowed to pitch. They had to put the ball on the tee for Steven so he could hit it. Like, all those questions were lollipop questions. So if that's the kind of content creator program you want to run, are you surprised? And you double down on Pirate Software. I think Pirate Software, like, people are going to hate Ashes of Creation every minute Pirate Software streams Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation will lose fans simply by virtue of Pirate Software playing it. Well, that's not fair. And look, man, motherfucker, I'm not interested in talking about what's fair. I'm not having a conversation about how life should be. I'm having a conversation about how the fuck life is. That's how life is. I ain't saying it's fair. I ain't saying it's right. People are gonna hate the game because they see Pirate Software playing it. And because he's gonna make clips about it. And those clips are gonna go everywhere. And I don't know if he stopped the hemorrhage of losing viewers or subscribers yet, but probably would have been like, yeah, man, could you maybe we're not gonna officially sponsor you or back you or talk to you or do interviews with you because you're too hot right now. Like, you're too radioactive. Like, you're so radioactive that if we come on here to do an interview, I'm gonna turn into the Toxic Avenger. And the sad part is, I think Steven, if he was really serious about making Ashes of Creation, and he had just gone to, go to a couple of game design classes before you start your company. Go get a little bit of formal education under you. So that you know. I think Jeffrey Bard is a nice person. He's never done anything to piss me off directly. I think he's a nice person. He had absolutely no business being the lead game designer. I'm not saying that you always have to have a long history. I'm not saying that there aren't people who are naturally talented. But when you're a startup company, you definitely want a lead game designer with a little pedigree. Because what was Steven told early on? Steven was told early on that he shouldn't have producers because producers get in the way of the creative process. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, when they said that, when he told me that was a big giant, this company's gonna fail. You laid all your pipelines, policies, procedures, production schedules without producers? Well, of course fucking developers don't want producers, because all a producer is a project manager. It's the project manager with a different name. They're the ones that keep you on task. They're the ones that organize resources. They decide not directly where to spend the money, but they execute the plan that the people above them have told them when it comes to where to spend the money. You started your entire company without producers? What the fuck? You thought this was a good idea? What the fuck? Okay. So yeah, I'll end up checking out Ashes since I got asked. If I can get the damn thing installed. What I'll do is I'll start the download install process before I go cook my steak. And then hopefully it'll get installed. I get back and I'll look at it. I'm hoping to look at it on Saturday. But the likelihood of me ever going back and being the Ashes 101 guy again, that's almost zero. Because if Ashes had come out anywhere near where it should have, it might have been a decent game. But now that they've added in War Peace PvP cycles, if they had told me that was going to be a feature, I never would have given them a fucking dollar. Because I think that system is fucking dog shit. And the reason why it's dog shit is exactly what somebody posted in my Discord. They had time, they logged in, the zone they needed to do all their questing in was currently in PvP, so what they did was they logged out and they went and played something else. That system is literally the telltale sign of a developer that can't build better content. Well, how do you know it's going to be in the final game? Why are you building shit in an alpha that's not going to be in the final game? Am I going to play through it as a new player? I always play through as a new player would. Well, actually, to be honest with you, I am a new player. There have been so many organic changes to Ashes of Creation since I started. I don't know fuck all. I have not logged into Ashes since December. Because, and it might not even be December, it might be November. The problem is that with my health problem, what I saw in November was a fucking embarrassment. And I have better things to do with my, like, now that I have the website going and I can publish the political science articles I want to publish, I can do the little bits of code that I need to do for the little bits of things I want for my channel. Like the song bot works now. I always had trouble with the song bot. Now the song bot works. I have shit that I want to get done. And truthfully, why would I go back to Ashes of Creation as a content creator? Because the only way I'll be relevant is if I'm negative. And I don't want to be negative. Oh, I didn't get the shit off. How come I changed the name of my channel? Great question. I changed the name of my channel for this reason. I'm starting to move more and more into politics. And one piece of feedback that I was getting quite frequently from people was, it's kind of hard to treat your political science shows or your politics shows seriously because you're on a gaming channel. And I said, you know what? That's absolutely accurate. I am on a gaming channel. And so I was on a brand channel, not on a person channel. So what I thought about was, I've already tried once to have a brand channel. Or I'm sorry, I've already tried once to keep the brand channel and have a personal channel. And in some ways, that was smarter because it kept games on gaming and politics on Jalan. But where the problem was, is it meant people that support me on both, people that are supporting me on both are subscribing to me on one channel, and when the other channel got monetized, they would have to subscribe to me again, which I didn't think was right. I didn't think that was right at all. The people that have to subscribe to me twice. The other problem was, I understand that I'm going to lose gaming followers because I talk about politics, and I understand that I'm going to lose politics followers because twice a week I do gaming. And I'm okay with that. Because anybody who's mad at me about a political view that I have isn't my tribe anyway. Anybody that's mad at me because of that I play video games occasionally isn't my tribe anyway. And so my platform only works if I find my tribe. So everything that was Jalan PGN. I couldn't do Jalan because people over the years have snagged Jalan at certain places just to block me. So I said, you know what? That's cool. I'll just do Jalan PGN. That way the brand stays intact. Eventually my politic writings are on PGN's website. It's not that difficult. It's not going to be a huge issue or a huge problem for me to move the politics writings over to Jalan.com because everything's set up as a JSON file now. Yay! Someone learned how to putt. So, like, I have ArcAge 101 for ArcAge Chronicles. Well, I only have to write the article once. I write the article and I put it on paradoxgaming.net. And since it's all in one cPanel, ArcAge 101 goes into the same folder to grab its articles. So now I can do politics articles on Jalan.com pretty easily. So eventually, those people that don't want anything to do with the gaming brand won't ever have to see it. Those people that want to be part of the network see everything. The ArcAge 101 players only see ArcAge 101. I'm sorry, the ArcAge Chronicles players will only see ArcAge 101. They don't have to see the rest. So I finally learned enough to build what I needed. And although I need help from AI occasionally, I now know what I'm doing. It's like I said, Zetrix built me an amazing website. It was fucking amazing. It was beautiful. It worked. The problem is, it was like when you tell your kid he can borrow the car on Saturday night, and then you take your automatic transmission car and he's trying to go pick up his honey and he doesn't know how to drive stick. Well, it is what it is. They changed the NPCs a bunch. If you start in the anvils, there essentially isn't one. Any bit of tutorial is just the help pop-ups. Not sure if they change how Lion's Hold works. Wouldn't surprise me. I'll probably start one character in Lion's Hold and then I'll go to the anvils because I don't give a shit about progression. I'm not playing it for progression. So I'll probably take a look at how it works. And that's honestly, I make no promises. I'm not committing myself to playing Ashes. If it's absolute dog shit on Saturday, I will look at it and I will say, all right, well, let me know in a year when this hits Alpha 2 Phase 4 and it's had some polish. If there's good characteristics of it, I'll call out the good. I call out the good in every game. I never dismiss a game entirely. Nice. I gotta crunch some numbers out of today's patch. I want to see this. What do we got? Oh, here we go. Of course. There's gravity crystals in this. Of course. Select one starfall deviation, guaranteed to have a skill rating of 4. Boxes that okay. Can I see the other stages? No. Redemption shop. You like all my content? Yay! Somebody likes my content. Somebody likes my content. Don't let anybody know that, though. Don't let anybody know that you like my content, because then they won't like you. I don't know how you like that guy's content. He's such an asshole. I like his content because he's an asshole. Move on. Like, you put all those pieces. I thought you had somewhere to be at 11. Yeah. Do you not have somewhere to be today? Because if you don't have somewhere to be, we're gonna knock out one of these fucking platforms. Not today. All right, man. Well, load up your guns. We're doing new content. I want to do it right next to this person. Right next. Oh wait, where is it? Where's the other house? Yeah, repair is probably good. Let him repair. Don't you have to be like 60 meters away from your territory? I think that's what it said. Does it say it on the item? Let's see. Must be used from the hotbar while active. Ascends. Can rise up to 200 meters. Trigger gravity tide. When you use the scope, you levitate and generate a 10-second updrift. I don't know if I like that. 60 meters. Operates for 10 minutes and destroys when the Starfall inversion event ends. Remaining claim. Okay. So... By the way, all the music you hear, as you can see, all the music you hear on my show is owned by PGN Music. If you're a streamer or you know a streamer, they can feel free to use it. Whoa. Sparky. No, Winnie Pooh. You can't have my honey. That should be 60 meters. If this is too difficult for two people, we're going to build a couple of trucks and put guns on them. Why don't you just get more players? Fuck other players. Enough ammo? Yeah, I've got it. Rail over there has to carry 16,000 rounds. I carry 1,000. I need such little ammo. We went to a dungeon the other day, and I was like, well, shit. I have 495 bullets. I felt like Deadpool. You're gonna have to share. Oh, wait, I use a bounce rifle. They're gonna have to share anyway. Oh, you know what? I probably should get my snacks. I cooked snacks. I might want those. Oh, I also... It's not funny. I have all the ammo, right? Can I just say my life was complete watching Cracker Barrel pull off... If you guys don't realize what Cracker Barrel did, Cracker Barrel pulled off one of the greatest marketing scams ever, and you all fell for it. Cracker Barrel rickrolled everybody. Cracker Barrel told you that they were changing their logo. Cracker Barrel told you they were changing the inside of their stores. Cracker Barrel told you that they were changing their menu. And then people that have never eaten at a fucking Cracker Barrel got goddamn mad about it. Because other people got mad about it and told them to be mad about it. Now you got young people saying, what the fuck's a Cracker Barrel? They pulled off the greatest marketing scam ever. They only lost, after yesterday's gains, they only lost $1.50 a share, but they got something like 50 media cycles. Yeah, Carthos didn't know about it until I told him. They got 50 media cycles out of something that they ultimately reversed anyway. That was, I was like, this is unreal. Nobody sees this. Nobody is seeing this. And I'm like, no, they ain't fucking seeing it. Free advertisement from the president as well. Well, I'm not 100% sure they wanted that. All right. Rail's here. Well, there's an interesting bug. I can't not place this. Like, I think we can only do it during the other event, but I can't not be trying to place it. Like, it will not let me stop my placement attempt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't scroll off of it. So I'm hoping in 8 in-game minutes, it becomes an option. Yeah, even when I escape, even when I go into my inventory. So that's something that I'm gonna have to bug report. If I can't. What the fuck do you mean? It's not okay. Yeah, the hunter is finally taking elemental damage. Oh my god. And it's still... What the fuck? Oh, this fucking game sometimes. Can't take it off. Oh, wait. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean it's not available? When is it available? This is... We're in... Oh no, we're not in low gravity time. I thought we had rolled over to low gravity time. Never mind. I'll wait. It's 9 o'clock, not 7 o'clock. Someone can't tell time. You're retired. Time is an abstract concept. Well, actually, yes, I am. Time is an abstract concept. And let me tell you, we are definitely doing something wrong as a society because there is a certain amount of anxiety to waking up to an alarm clock. There is a certain amount of anxiety to waking up to having to get to a job. Oh, it would probably help if I re-invited him back. One of the nicest things ever was for a period of time when I was in active recovery. I didn't have to get up to alarm clocks. I didn't have to be anywhere. When I was hungry, I ate. When I was tired, I slept. I was motherfucking Forrest Gump. It was nice. It's a nice way to live. Right now, I'm a little bit more structured, trying to get everything taken care of. Like I said, I think in like potentially 1 more week, I'll have enough content made that my production schedule will slow down to where I can actually enjoy life again. I like having something to do. It doesn't generate shit for money, but I like having something to do. All right. Oh. I wonder if we can break this thing by launching it inside of the bear cave. No, I think it specifically says no. Stops moving when hitting obstacles. So it either won't go up to the full 200 meters, or what I imagine it'll do is it'll sit there for 10 minutes. It's probably some way they designed so that you can't cheat it. Oh, there we go. Are you kidding me right now? So before it was out and it was locked and I couldn't place it anywhere. Now I can't place it. Let me try logging out and back in again. I swear. Technology hates me. It can be real life technology. It could be in-game technology. Technology just hates me. Invite the teammates. Oh, I wonder. What the fuck? Can't have anything above you. Like, I wish it would tell you why it was erroring. Maybe flat ground? Well, I would imagine that it would be nice if it would give me the error. Oh, shit. It'd be nice if it would give me the fucking error that... Like, that time I got the error. Placement overlaps. I can live with that. But, like, that one was green. Yeah, that one was red when I was trying to put it down. It doesn't like there. Must be used from the hotbar, ascends, stops moving, operates. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about placement restrictions. Why can't I find a piece of flat ground? Because we built on all the fucking pieces of flat ground? The best place to put it, there's probably a shit ton of house. Yeah, it was green there. Here, take this fucking thing. Can I not give it to you? Replacing that. Holy shit. Are you... Oh, okay. I was about to say. Oh, that was weird. Off we go, boys. Here goes the spaceship time. make this any easier. If I can bounce in air off multiple targets, that's it. I'll take a nap. And yes, I understand that I should have to be reloading, but I run a mod that allows me to reload after every kill. So, yeah, bounce is a tad OP sometimes. Bounce is really OP against Chowder. Especially if I can get enough kills, because then I never have to reload. Bounce isn't great against bosses if there's nothing for me to bounce against. Yeah, I had it equipped to the hotbar. I'm wondering if it was because I bugged it out. When I got bugged out, I wonder if that one was just like, no. Have any of you seen the meme of the Jedi Council killing Rey? That made me laugh so much. Like, you're not a Skywalker. You haven't been trained. I need to start posting the funny shit I find in the Discord. It made me crack up. You're not a Skywalker. Like, I'm wondering if you're supposed to be, like, jumping and... No, that's you. Yeah. A little, Who are you? You, other than ugly. Yeah, see that's where you can't have two bounce, because if I have nothing to bounce off of, I lose 70 or more % of my damage. So if I don't have anything to bounce off of, like a boss that is in the air, no good. That crazy motherfucker over there is doing killer damage with the new Frost assault rifle. I don't think that I think the Frost assault rifle went the way of balancing as the elemental crossbow. And by balancing, I mean absolutely none whatsoever. Yeah, see, if I don't have anything to bounce off of, I do shit damage. Oh, you can't put turrets up here either. Oh, and you know what? I think when we do the other ones, I think my better bet would be to have the camera on my back, not the dog, because the camera I would be able to use for extra damage. The dog is useless up here. Yeah, I'll be talking about that tomorrow. I'll be talking about that and the politician response tomorrow because, as I said earlier in the show, I'm so fucking tired of thoughts and prayers when we have a gun crisis or a mass shooting. And thoughts and prayers are absolutely bullshit because those were students in church praying. If God isn't going to solve the problem with thoughts and prayers of his chosen children in a fucking church, I wish the politicians would stop saying that. And then, of course, all the other politicians are like, we need an assault weapons ban. Can you please tell me how the assault weapons ban would have stopped a pistol, a shotgun, or a rifle? These politicians that always scream, assault weapons ban, could you please explain to me the characteristics that make a weapon an assault rifle? We can't have extended magazines, okay? Nobody's disagreeing with you. The kid didn't use them. Mayor of Minneapolis. We can't have a weapon that can fire through 30 clips of ammo before he has to reload. 30 clips of ammo, huh? I didn't know we made shotguns with 600 round magazines. Didn't know we had pistols with 600 round magazines. I don't even think it's possible to have a rifle with a 200 rounds? Yes. 600? I don't think so. But again, it's not about being accurate. It's not about being factual. It's about being outraged. So yeah, we'll be talking that'll be a lot in depth tomorrow. Get off our ride, bitch. Oh, the fact that they can bump you is definitely not fun. What? Reyes. That guy is chonk, man. I think we're gonna get fucked here. I don't know what his weakness is. I can't punch a hole in him. But oh, I see what the trick is. We have to pop him in the next minute and 30 seconds in order to get out, in order to go up. It doesn't go up if it's getting, it's being blocked there. Got it. I can't bullseye you either? Ooh, you're a saucy bitch. Or you shoot him up. Yes, if they pass a law, what happens is, if they pass a law that changes, what's legal, your two choices are, you can surrender it, or 9 times out of 10 what happens is you can no longer transport it, which means possession doesn't become illegal. Transfer of the item becomes illegal. Yeah, it blew up. I think it ran out of time. I don't think because I had seen the time, and then I don't think I'd have to look at the video. I don't think we lost on hit points. I think we got stuck at that one level for so long. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch to the camera. Well, that was nice. That skipped me through a whole level of that. Now the question is... Divisional Wheel, the Stellar Resonance. So we have 2 more that we can do. We didn't do bad. Hurry up, guys. Remaining materials, 221. So, obviously, I'm gonna go with the camera the other 2 times we do it. I didn't happen to see if we picked up any of those other bits. Yeah, you did hit the skybox. You didn't hit the skybox. While the traffic light guy is out, it flashed a message that we've hit a barrier. Now that I understand exactly what they're talking about, you have to go up. Each 50 meters you go up is a reward tier, but you hit those walls and you're not going up any faster. So yeah, Streetlight guy needs to die faster, but we were pretty solid. So that's not a terrible event. I would have kind of preferred it to be a little different, but it's not bad considering it's only filler content. I wasn't expecting it to be, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken, amazing. Yeah, I didn't see us get... Oh, we did. I got shield chips. I'm gonna turn those in. There's no point in holding on to them. I assume we can... Yeah, Streetlight guy will probably die faster. If I have the camera instead of the dog, and you probably need to use what were you using? Polar Jelly? I don't actually need the crystals. I need the credit for collecting the crystals. You don't get credit if you pick up the crystals. You have to loot them. Although I wonder if you put them in a, I wonder if you put the crystals in a reward box, the escape room reward box. I wonder if that would count. I don't think it would. You were using Polar Jelly? Yeah, I need to use the camera. Oh, what? I gotta look at the patch notes. What was the change they made to the dog? I heard they made a change to my doggo. What'd you do to my puppy? Uh, 50% now instead of 43.8. I'll take that. That's a good time. At least I won't have to log in on the off days anymore to do crystal gathering. If we get 210 from that as well. Yeah, up 50% from 43.8. So, I'll take that. But what was funny was when I first started the live servers a little over a year ago, I switched for a minute to Frost Vortex. And then we found out that we needed, because there were 3 of us that started together. And we found out we needed 1 person to have Bullseye, because back in the day, you needed that extra damage bonus. And one Rail was running Elemental, our other guy was running another specialized weapon. I don't think he was running Elemental. And then I switched to Frost Vortex, and then they made some changes, and then I realized how much harder it is. It is way harder to finish out your Elemental set than it is to finish out your Bullseye, your weak spot set. He was Predator. It is way harder to finish Elemental than it is to finish Bullseye or finish Crit, because you can get good mods as you walk up and replace them later. There's no point in rolling any Elemental mod that isn't going to proc max first line and max status line. There are no other stats on an Elemental builds mods that really mean anything. Little bit of Great One damage, okay, but you want double gold Elemental damage, status damage. Now that doesn't include Jaws, and it doesn't include Corrosion. Those you build out a little different. But yeah, I understand why the status or Elemental status players were mad, because they have to roll basically perfect mods, or they have to get perfect mod drops. And even when they get them, again, if you're not 6% Elemental, 6% status, or I'm sorry, gold Elemental, gold status, there's really no point. And half the Great Ones didn't take Elemental damage. Better to go for elite damage. Right, exactly. And then that was trying to help people understand. Be like, hey man, I understand that you're trying to base your build off of what people are telling you, but what they're doing is they're telling you wrong. Like, I'm not trying to be a douchebag, but you're literally being told wrong. And they didn't want to hear it. And on top of that, then the Great Ones didn't take Elemental damage. Well, who the fuck decided that that was a good design idea? Your bullet damage, what the fuck? Your bullet damage is absolute garbage. So it's not like you can, it's not like you're able to deal with the guys using just the weapon damage. Like corrosion you can, jaws you can. You can spit out a sizable amount of damage with the bullet damage. But now they're starting to fix it. Now they're starting to get the little bits and bobs fixed, which is good. Now I just hope that they now I hope that they add some more content that's meaningful. I don't necessarily need another scenario. It would be nice though if they got rid of the idea of Manibus and Way of Winter, and if they just did the whole map. Just do the whole map and then put the thermal towers on it. And then you could still do Endless Dream. But I get that they didn't have that content ready for launch. But stop, like, just give us one consolidated map. If you give us one consolidated map and you fix permanent servers, now you've got a game. Maybe include a better reward for base defense or make base defense mandatory. Now you're in a good spot. Now you buy yourself several months. If you have a decent next visional cycle, I think the next visional cycle would be amazing if it had to do something with like night vision. Like dark and light, like at night, your eyes go night vision style, or you can blink and go night vision style, or blink and see regular. And some mobs are only visible in night vision eyes, and some mobs are only visible in normal vision. And so you'd get that like Lovecraftian eldritch horror, like having to switch your vision. I think that would be sexy. Also, you could do a spin-off of the Prime Wars. If the Prime Wars are during the lunacy, we'll call it lunacy. If they're doing that, then you could do alternative versions of them. Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good right there. And it wouldn't be. It's like, how can we reuse material? Well, I'm not asking you to develop any more bosses. I'm just asking you that they don't render unless I'm in that eye set. That right there. You've got new content now. You don't have to break the bank. You can put a handful of guys creating that. You don't need everybody and their brother working on it to work on that. But yeah, I'm gonna see what mods I get. I'm gonna open up my mods. See if I can't tweak some mods for my elemental build. The other nice thing is I got everything done today. Before the show started, I had all my work for the whole day done. If you haven't noticed, I've been pumping out a lot of content. I got everything done. I was really, really happy. I've got tomorrow's video game article. Well, it's not a video game article. Somebody cashed in their paradox points. And I wrote, like, Grimwild is an amazing. Grimwild is a wild twist of twisted story. The game is done. It's not like the developer ran off with all the money. The game is built. It's on DriveThruRPG. I downloaded it this morning. I didn't look at it too much because then I would have gotten distracted. I love tabletop rules. It's done. The only thing not done is the delivery of the hardbounds. but the developer is fucking gone. He's just fucking like Waldo. Where did this bitch go? He's gone. He's the only person that can legally authorize the printing of the hard copies. No, it's not like he left with the money, because the money went to the development team. So it's like, where in the world is this Carmen Sandiego motherfucker gone off to? Did I look at the shop for the ore from the new thing? I did, kind of. The Stellar Vault. This one? Yeah, this isn't too good. This isn't too relevant. I mean, I probably won't take anything there. This is kind of cool. I want that thing. I want that thing. The rest of it, the only thing that and the Wish Stone. And you can buy one Wish Stone. Oh, speaking of, I didn't do my blueprints. Let's make Rail really angry. It's my favorite part of the show. It's always my favorite part of the show. How can I piss Rail off with my blueprint level? Let's see. 116 on Memento. I should be able to 5 something from Juggernaut. So. Was that a 4? Shit. What else do I have? Oh, yeah, Memento. I need you. Pikachu, I choose you. All right. Now... Oh, don't worry, man. I'm 200 ahead of you. I'm about to blaze right past you. Juggernaut. Let's do Memento to Raining Cash. Yep. Come here, buddy. What we got? Oh, and I didn't even have to break into any other golds. Look at that. Give me that shit right there. Okay. What else do I have? Boom Boom. Where are you at, Boom Boom? Nope, that's Predator. Boom Boom. 2. Hold on. Can I take outer space? No. I don't want to do that. I want to do... Yeah. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't want to do that. Yeah, let's not do that. What's the lowest one we have? 3s? Shit. So I have 4 weapons left, and then I have to buy a whole weapon and level that. I don't really think there's much I can do. Because I need, yeah, they're 3s. I don't want to waste those. Because I think I can buy Boom Boom out of the Wish Machine. I don't think I've ever bought it. Nope. So I could buy that and get 80 and then finish another one. So I just wait till next month now. Oh, did they? They buffed corrosion? Yeah, 80. Yeah. Okay, armor. What was the armor set this month? Savior? Savior and cowboy boots. Oh, let's just go over to boots. Cowboy boots, I think only 20. Oh, I don't have any. Yeah, we'll just use you up. Hold on, let's use all the garbage. Okay, now I wish we could sort these so that we could see them easier. Do we have anything at 5? We have 4. Okay, can we get those up? By any chance? We can. Now we're gonna swap those boots because they're made for walking with the Savior hat. Yep. Come on. Yep. Now the question is, can I get anything else up to 5? What else do I have? Nope. 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 Maybe. Bastille? Yeah, I could probably get... no. Yeah, I could get a Bastille piece up to 5. So who's 4? Steel helmet and I'll use 1 gold on something I shouldn't. Now we will swap the Savior for the Bastille. This is like the most annoying piece of the game. Look at that. 2 more level 6 pieces, or 2 more level... Yeah, 2 more 6-star armors as well. Is there gonna be a new scenario soon? There is not currently scheduled a new scenario because we've just gotten Endless Dream and we've gotten Raid Zone. There is no scenario on the rest of the 2025 roadmap. With that said, we will be getting a full new Visional cycle at the end of September. And they've been kind of ahead of schedule pretty often. But yeah, there is no guaranteed discussion point of a new scenario. Unfortunately, they still need to fix Way of Winter. And Way of Winter needs a lot of love. And my personal opinion is the changes they've said they're going to make are going to make the game worse and not better. They're going to make Way of Winter worse and not better. So, not exactly an amazing outlook for the future. I know. But 'tis what 'tis is, right? We'll have to wait and see what they have. Personally, I think if we have another bad lunar cycle like the gravity one, or another bad visional wheel, it's not lunar cycle, it's visional wheel. We have another bad visional wheel, we're gonna be in bad shape. They're already dipping a lot of players because there's just not enough content. There's not enough reasons to log in and play. If I don't have a reason to log in and play, why would I log in? Why would I log in at all? Okay, let me end that I'm doing elemental. We pretend that I'm doing frost. Weapon mods, frost. Yeah, that's the reason why you stop. Yeah, unfortunately, when they launched last year, their plan was in the first cycle, they would work on Way of Winter. And then in the Way of Winter cycle, they would have balanced out some other things. But because they launched and Prime Wars didn't work right, they had to spend an awful lot of time working on the Prime Wars. So they kind of fell behind. Frost Vortex damage 10% across the board, and then 15 every plus 5 more. As opposed to plus 4%, 5 stacks. It's Cryo Catalyst is the way to go now. Yeah, flat 10% is the way to go. Okay. Mask mods for Frost Vortex. What do we have? I have a lot of shit. What are my 2 options again? Mask. We have Frost constructs deal plus 10% damage if the target is Frost Vortex status, damage dealt plus 10. And then Frost Vortex final damage plus 30%, decreasing by 8% per second over time. It's going to be Frost Construct. Yeah, it's going to be Frost Construct, because we're not going to be waiting for the final damage. You got 401? You're catching me. I mean, I'm only 79 ahead of you now. All right. Let's start opening shit and see what we end up with. Nice thing is I can kind of throw everything at Frost Vortex this week. That's fine. I need chowder anyway. I saw a lot of mods, man. gotta open this shit more often. Shrapnel or bounce? I don't know. Where are my 2 mods for those 2 wonderful abilities? I don't think I'm going to get better than... Yeah, that's gonna be a hard mod to get better than. Because even though I don't have 2 golds on it, I have bounce damage, weak spot damage, and bounce crit of 25. It's gonna be a hard mod to do better. We need a dust cook? Okay. Well, we're gonna try for a Frost Vortex mod. 19, yes. For fuck's sake. We're gonna try to build out our Frost. Yeah, all we want is Frost. We're gonna aim for the Frost. Ooh, I saw some candy in there. My God, I wonder if I've maxed out how many mods I can actually carry. So ridiculous. Oh, I need to look at shrapnel. Where are we at for shrapnel? Shrapnel 789. That's a 14-point mod. Yeah, we need to run shrapnel. We need to do shrapnel. That's... I need to fill in the damage gap there. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do re-log in because I do not want to spend the next 20 minutes looking at... When I kill the main bosses for Dream Zone, why do they keep coming back? Because the main bosses in Dream Zone, the only ones you can permanently eliminate are the small zones, the small bosses. The middle and the big ones, they are repeatable content because that's the entire... that's kind of like the entire shtick for that server. It was mainly because when they first did Endless Dream and testing, a handful of people ran around the servers and they killed all the mobs, and then there was no content for anybody to do, so there was no point in being there. So then they did a pass and they said, okay, only the small mobs won't respawn. Endless Dream is designed more and tailored more for custom servers. Okay. That is a lot of mods. The question becomes, what is on a Frost Vortex mod? Oh, it doesn't. Yeah. Trigger chance, duration. Oh, frost damage. Yeah, so yeah, it's the same thing. So you need frost damage and frost vortex damage. So if it doesn't have the custom stat, because frost damage is going to give you more boost than status damage because of the formula. Oh, did I get even one mod with it on there? Didn't get one frost vortex mod. Yeah, there's, see, 6, 7, that's an 8-point mod. I'm not even going to upgrade it, but it's on there, so it's not terrible. All right, so frost, be nice to me, game. Be nice. No, not autofill. Be nice to me. I'll call these real quick. Frosty Blessing. Okay. Be nice to me, game. Give it to me. Give it to me. You were mean to me last time. Be nice to me. That was not nice to me. That was not nice to me. Not nice to me at all. Well, it doesn't matter because I don't have enough fodder to throw a 12, so 900 fucking mods, and I don't have the fodder I need to throw a 12. That sucks. How do I not, though? I should have had... Yeah, how did on the first 2 throws of the... I didn't have enough 12. Later. See you later, Havoc. Okay. Mask mods. Have I seen the mask mod Frost Wither? Yeah, Frost Vortex's final damage plus 30%, decreasing by 8% per second. I would use that, except how often are the mobs actually taking the final hit of frost damage as opposed to... I guess it's going to depend on what weapon you're using, but a flat 10% to your spikes, your missiles, or your crystals, and then if they already have frost status damage 10%, it's going to depend on what weapon you're using and how quickly you're proccing spikes, missiles, or crystals, because that final damage 30%. On boss fights always, on trash not often. Right. Well, not always on boss fights either. Dog, not necessarily, because the dog moves around a lot. Spider bitch tits, yes. Hunter, yes. Treant, yes. Frost giants are the giant is irrelevant. The lieutenant, he'll move around too much. The train yard, yes. The sewers, she moves around too much. The asshole in the command center, yeah, if you have a aggro pet on him, that he doesn't move around too much. The refrigerator, yes, but I've never tested the fridge's frost damage. It just never made sense to me to use frost in that room. And EX1, does the frost damage? Yeah, it does. So yeah, EX1, yes. So yeah, I would say, ooh, that's a tough call then. That is a tough call. What are you clearing more of? Are you clearing more trash, or yeah, it's gonna be Frost Construct. It's a good call, Frost Construct. Let's see where we're at. Do I not have any? The fuck? Okay. Purple, blue, green. Be nice to me, game. Be nice. Don't hurt my feelings. Don't hurt my feelings. Thank you. Fuck you. Fuck you, game. See, that's the shit I'm talking about. Fuck you. I needed 3 of 5 to go into the top 2 lines. It's a good starter. It's a good starter mod. It's a good starter mod. But because I don't have elemental and status. Okay. Let me see what the other mod looks. I don't think I'm going to be able to put together better. Where the fuck are you? Elemental. Purple, blue, green. Elemental. Yeah, but I don't want to waste the 12. Yeah, I'm not going to do it because I'm going to use that other mod. So I need to pretend for a second. I need to know what slots. Actually, I'm going to be right back. All right. Your frost mods are dog shit and you're still out damaging Boom Boom. Well, that is interesting. Okay. So, mods, armor mods. It is going to be Deviation Expert for the headpiece. Do I have... It's going to be Deviation Expert status. Crit and weapon. Status, elemental damage, and status damage. So yes, I have a placeholder. I have a placeholder for the headpiece. The chest piece is going to be... Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the chest piece. So quick comeback is about the best option. Unless you're doing... Yeah, it's going to be quick comeback. Do I have anything in the quick comeback family for talents? Elemental? Crit? Elemental? 4, 7, 8, 9. No. Not rolling that shit. All right, let's try to quick comeback. Not violent. Talents. Okay, I'm okay with rolling that because I don't need it. Purple. Wait a minute. No, I don't want to roll that. I'm gonna lock that. I didn't see that one. Heck. Oh, because it's not frost. It's... Yeah, why did I roll that anyway, dumbass? I shouldn't have rolled that up anyway. I should have... Oh, because I don't have... Yeah. I don't have enough Frost Vortex mask mods. That's why. Let me go back into mask. Where's the one I just locked? Oh no, because it was the Wither one. My brain. I need my steak. I'm hungry. I had a yogurt for breakfast. Yeah, that's right. I don't want to waste that. I'm not... Yeah. And I don't have the mask mods I need, which I'm going to have to farm. So, chess piece, quick comeback. Talents. Be nice to me, game. Be nice. We gotta check all the other... Yeah. Roll it. Be nice. Elemental and status. Be nice. Elemental and status. But it's an 11-point mod, so I don't... With all of this fodder, I don't have enough fodder to be rolling mods. That's the only mod I can roll. That sucks. Where'd you go? I can't believe I have all this fodder, and I'm gonna have to walk them up manually. I need the last one to go on to status, or I hate you, game. I fucking hate you. It's a good placeholder for now. And there's... Now you see the problem with mods in this game. I do not get down with RNG. I hate RNG. I hate RNG on leveling. I absolutely despise RNG based gearing. It bothers me so much because it means people are like, oh, well, it just means that you have to keep playing the game. No, it means that you could, in theory, never get the upgrades you need. I would rather be told, like, and people are like, well, you just haven't... Somebody said to me once, you just haven't played the game long enough. I have 103,000 mod parts. I think I've farmed enough mods. I really do. If I need to farm, like, keep in mind, I have 103,000 mod parts after having two types of mods and 5 different weapon mask combinations, all at 5.5. And I've rolled hundreds of mods. I farmed enough. I would rather be told that you can... I'd rather be told it takes 50 silo runs to upgrade one line of a mod, but you can make the exact mod you want. Like, go run this dungeon 300 times, and with 300 mod constructors, you can make the exact mod you want. I would gladly run a silo. What would that be? 2,100 times? I would have zero problem doing that. I'll live in that bitch. I'll clear like 2,100 by 3, 6,000 minutes. Oh yeah, I would do that. I would have no problem spending 100 hours farming so that I get the exact stats I want. But to do this shit as often as I do and then end up not getting improvements, yeah, I'm not okay with that. I don't like that at all. I hate RNG. I hate RNG and progression. I like when people come onto a server and they're like, we're the event. We're the fucking grammar. For Mag, it's looking like 250s with Frost Construct, 280s with the 30% one. But that depends on them standing still. Yeah, that's gonna be the big problem. If they stay inside of your Frost Vortex, then yeah, I think if they stay inside the Frost Vortex, I think you're right. If they're not inside the Frost Vortex, then you might have a problem. Yeah, you could use the vest that pulls them to the middle, but I think you would be sacrificing damage then. Because don't the snow-covered gloves do straight damage buff? Yeah. When Ice Crystal shatters, 4 additional ice missiles will launch at nearby enemies, dealing status damage equal to 50% psi intensity to targets hit. Yeah. Snow cam. Is the weapon you're using not ice crystals? Because I don't know which. Yeah. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's gonna vary based on you're using Abyssal Glance. Come on. Yeah, that's the one weapon I don't actually own. Frost Vortex, each hit reduces cooldown. Frost Vortex frequency. Oh, yeah, for you. Well, what are you pairing it with then? Which key item are you running? Rain. Yeah, Frost Tactical Vest generates ice spikes. Yeah, if you can put them all on top of each other with bounce, but for you it's about damage because your set is so good for status and elemental. You do a lot of damage. That's why I end up switching to like power surge or shrapnel to kill certain mobs. And I mean the little spiral thing was pretty good. Did you get which chips did you get from your rewards? Because I got 2 shield chips. But damage, it taking damage wasn't our problem. We were out of time. Because that combination that we're running is killing all the trash fast enough. Yeah. And then, like I said, when we run that tower again, you only got one defense part. Yeah. What we need is, we need the speed one, or we need the loot one. You got 506 crystals? Yeah, I didn't get that. Oh, I guess I did after it was all said and done. I guess I did get that many. Starry Studios has a new management company for their creator program. And I feel bad for people. I guess it's the fact that I believe in personal accountability. People are like, I didn't get paid. Why didn't you get paid? Did you fill out your report last month on the first day after he said everybody needs to resubmit? If you didn't resubmit, well, who's that on? Because it seems like anymore, people don't like being held accountable for their bullshit. Get out of the rock. Oh, come on. That's bullshit. That's Bush League right there, man. Get out of the rock. Somebody in game just is asking a bunch of questions and somebody's fed up of them and they said, read the patch notes. Like, I understand why in the past we did that. Like, hey man, this, because if you had to alt tab to go to the patch notes, your computer would have a fit for 20 minutes. We couldn't alt tab in the old days. Like people, like if you knew it's like, I wonder if anybody knows the answer to this. It was so bad, you'd have to like write down your question, log out a game, load your browser, go to Alakazam, write down the answers, but then you had to like, you were always like, shit, I should probably read a little bit more. Because then you'd get back in a game and you'd be like, fuck, this wasn't the right answer. I mean, now people are like, I don't like the fact that content creators spoil the entire game. Okay, so don't watch content creators' videos then. There goes Rail. You're such a dick. It's always funny. Eee. For fuck's sake, man, read the fucking patch notes. Now, I could understand if you got, hey guys, I was reading the patch notes and I don't understand this. Like the problem I was having earlier. It clearly is a bug that if you've tried to drop the thing and... It's too long to read, ain't nobody got time for that, yet you read the chat. Yeah, no shit, man. Like, when did everybody in gaming become so lazy? Oh. But yeah, the next part is the rest of today. I think I might start a CK3 game. I think I might start. I have a campaign started. I just got to reload it. I think I might play some CK3 after this. Tomorrow after my show, Rail will probably knock out. Yeah, you better turn off. Yeah, you better turn off world chat. I think your number of chat bans. I think you're starting to work. I think you're starting to work up to a 24-hour timeout. But we'll knock out our 2 UFOs and some of our shit tomorrow after my politics show. Because I can't 100% guarantee I'm going to play this on Saturday. I have to stream this 20 hours a month. So I don't want to keep it. There's not enough once human people that are looking for answers. Like, Once Human has over 1,100 content creators. Well, like, I stream this game so that what they pay me for my time can buy more PGN music, or can make my donation to Extra Life, or pay for other services. I gotta find a game. I gotta find like an Arcade where I can be like the Arcade 101 guy, or Chrono Odyssey. It's not going to be Ashes of Creation. I'm going to look at Ashes of Creation probably Saturday morning, but I have a feeling that I'll look at Ashes on Saturday morning, and that will be the end of me looking at it. I don't... From what everything everybody has told me, the layout now is the types of layout that I'm adamantly against. I am adamantly against the first 5 hours of the game being garbage. Because you got to have a player acquisition pipeline. Like this game, Starry Studios has done a really good job of acquiring their players. The first several hours of this game, if you're a new player, are really, really good. This game is really good. It doesn't get, like, today, the infusion of content, what I will say is, I'm a lot happier with this game today. So much of the game notes are wrong, though. Are you talking about the patch notes or the in-game notes? Because I will say that is one thing I ask all the time, if they will go through and they will update the formulas. The in-game formulas are terrible. They're more wrong than they are right. And you're 100%. I was working at launch on the damage formulas, and then another creator worked on them, and the other creator he nailed the shit. I don't even think I don't think they know their full damage formula. So when you're reading things in game, they're not translated right. But I haven't found the patch notes are wrong. In-game notes, yes, but I haven't really found too many things. Well, I guess the big last one was we were supposed to get 20 deviation draws and we got 10. Other than that, I don't think I've seen patch notes that are wrong. I'm trying to think if there's ever been a big problem with the patch notes. Some piddly stuff, I mean, yeah. But there's always going to be piddly stuff wrong with patch notes. Hide your arm behind the wall. Get the reload done in time. Does this game have a true damage type? Yes. If you're talking about you don't have to worry about elemental damage, yeah, anything, it has elemental damage, and then it has weapons that are just bullet damage. What we don't have is true damage in terms of the enemy can't soak it. We don't have non-soakable damage. You always have options because you either have head damage reduction, weapon damage reduction, or status damage reduction, which is why a lot of people who go to the PvP servers think the other players are cheating, and they're not. They just happen to have armor that has 2 damage reduction types on it. And if you have 2 damage reduction types, yeah, fast gunner and crit, they're not true damage, because their crit damage isn't true damage, because you can still soak. Crit damage still gets reduced by damage reduction stat. True damage, because I never know what people are asking, true damage is damage traditionally that can't be soaked. It can't be mitigated. I do 100 damage. If I hit you, you take 100 damage. You can't soak it. You can't mitigate it. If I hit you, you take 100 damage. That's generally true damage. And we don't have that, because all of the mobs and all of the players can always soak down damage. Yeah, I never, when people say things like true damage, I never know if they're referring to non-elemental. You're just, what you do is what you get, or if you're talking about non-soakable. We don't have non-soakable. That is true. We do have non-soakable. That is a very good point. The Mr. Wish rocket, it does, yes, so we do. The Mr. Wish rocket, what you see is what you get. You're always going to do 500,000. It doesn't matter if it's to Manibus. It doesn't matter if it's to a boss. The boss is, for every little rock bomblet they get hit with, they're going to take the full 500,000. So yeah. Now, the Mr. Wish rocket launcher is not something that you're going to be shooting at every boss that you come across, because they're kind of expensive and costly to make. They're useful, but they're more honestly, they're more useful in clearing trash than they are for killing bosses. Rail and I use them in rooms that are just filled with chowder, because when we first started doing the Nightmare Silos, they were taking about 30 to 45 minutes. And now that our gear is better, we have them down to, 10, 12 minutes. Okay, the server's throwing a fit. We end up getting stuck killing trash. There's nothing I hate more than a situation where the trash takes longer than the boss. That's a really shitty dungeon design. If the trash takes longer than the boss, you suck. Period. All right, I gotta run out of the room real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, that room with the overlapping shield guys and a bunch of trash. That room takes longer than the boss does. Fucking dogs in raincoats. Like, get out of here. I have time for that shit in my life. Visional wheel. Okay, so yeah, I don't want that. I've caught up. What's going on with the servers today, man? Yeah, so I've caught up. This I've caught up with really, really well. I'll do this, and then I'm not gonna log in and try. I'm not gonna log in and do even one run until we do the other 2 towers. Because if the towers are, I didn't check how much the towers gave me. I saw that I got 72 from one, but I really didn't check the rest. If I'm gonna get a couple of hundred from the towers, between this week and next week, and I'm not doing this shit no more. I want my goodie at the end of this progression bar, but my feedback I gave them on this was, this was a punch in the dick, right? Having to collect 12,500 of these crystals, that was just painful. Absolutely. The tower event would have been cool if we had that from the very beginning. That, real talk, I would have been happy with that. I think what would have been cool is what will be cool is if now they're taking the tower event, and if the tower event is the first domino to fall, and they're going to revamp base defense. Unfortunately, I would like to see them do this. Not make I would like to see them make base defense mandatory. But as a first step to that, I would love for them to put like a free housing cosmetic kit behind doing base defense. A lot of them. Because then I would love to listen to the people who hate base defense in a survival game whine that they don't want to do it to get the housing pack. It would just be like the circular logic. It'd be like the paradoxical like head explosion. I want the housing, but I don't want to damage my housing. Then don't do it. But I want it. Then do it. But I don't want to damage my housing. Be like, well, pick which one you don't want least. Unfortunately, right now, it's the people building bases and decorating them that generates the most money for NetEase. So that's who they're going to listen to. Doing content doesn't generate money. Buying cosmetics does, which is one of the flaws of a cosmetic-based game. Always remember, if you're not giving them money, you're not a consumer. Well, I'm playing their game. Yeah, but you're not making any money off of you. If the people that are swiping have a complaint, guess whose complaints are going to get dealt with? The people who are swiping. Who are the big customers right now? The cosmetic players and the private server owners. Private server owners, if they don't like the game, they're not going to lease a private server. Well, why don't they take care of the rest of us? How much money have you given them? None. How many hours have you played? 2,000? You've played this game enough to be a full-time fucking job and you ain't giving them $1? I wonder why they don't care about your feedback. I shouldn't have to pay to be treated well. Why? You're not a consumer. You're getting a full game. Be happy with it. You're getting a full game for free. Be happy with that. It's like all these arguments as I close up the show today, as I got to start switching my brain back to politics so that I can finish up what I was doing. Stunlocks the lava spitting guys. Oh, that's nice. Somebody was saying, I made a video where I said this idea about wage theft is bullshit. Billionaires are earning money on my labor. Yeah, it's called owning a business. They pay you for the labor. I paid you for the labor. You have zero risk. I have all the risk. I didn't steal any of your wages. I don't know where the shit that idea came from, but people have been brainwashed. Billionaires are stealing my wages. No, they're not. No, they're not. I generate wealth for the company. Yes, and you're paid for that. Not paid enough. That's a different story. Wage theft. Did you work 40 hours this week? Yes. Did they pay you for 40 hours this week? No. That's wage theft. I worked 40 hours, but they could afford to give me more money. They could ask them for it. They won't give it to me. Did you ask? No. Oh. Somebody said when you get employed somewhere, it's not a negotiation. Really? They didn't ask you what your salary expectation is? They said they were hiring at $12 an hour. Then great. Then they're not interested in negotiating. You still are negotiating. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. You're still negotiating. You don't want to work for $12 an hour. Guess what you don't do? Don't work for $12 an hour, but I need a job. Oh, so your bargaining position is weak. You're upset that your bargaining position is weak. That's what your concern is. And then they get all mad at you. It's like, look, man, I didn't create the reality. I'm not the bad guy in your story. I'm just giving you the hard dose of reality. It's not wage theft. If you worked 40, they paid you for 40. Where's the theft? They could give me more. They could. They don't want to. You want more. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting more. You want more free content. There's nothing wrong with that. You want more free content. I applaud the fact that you want more free content. I don't agree that you deserve it. Right? I don't agree that you deserve it. You can want it. My kid doesn't want to take baths. My kid doesn't want to eat a balanced diet. My kid doesn't want to brush her teeth. I understand. I get it. I really do. At the same time, tough shit, right? Tough shit. That's not how life works. That's not how life works. Is it the vest that still pulls to the center? It stun locks the balloon guys. All right, fuck those little bastards. Those guys are getting a little taste of Frost Vortex this week. If you're see, all you had to do, Rail, all you had to do was hang out long enough, and now you don't have to run Boom Boom. If you're doing more damage and you're getting more proc effects, so you're doing more damage, you're getting more proc effects. Now you're a happy guy. Aren't you glad you didn't, give up on elemental damage altogether? Uh-oh, never mind. Oh, on Nightmare? Well, that's cool. With that said, I will be back tomorrow covering some politics stuff. Oh, wait, I can't leave yet. Hold on. I can't leave yet. I thought I hit 4 hours. I haven't hit 4 hours yet. End of the month. I'll talk about end of the month. End of September is Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't give a shit what else is going on. I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics again. CK3 marathon. Probably not a marathon. I'll start my usual game. And then I'll play a little bit. I got to make sure. Oh, I have to make a TikTok for tomorrow morning. After that, yeah, I think I'm going to treat myself to some CK3. Because I'm ahead. The only thing I have left to do is I have one TikTok to make for tomorrow morning. And then prep the politics show. And then doesn't matter what I'm doing on Saturday. I literally I have the video game article and video done for tomorrow. I know what I'm doing I have the politics article for next week done already. So yeah, I'm way the far fuck ahead. I do have to sit down one day next week and I have to sit down and finish some music stuff. Unfortunately, we don't make enough money anymore. I gotta grow the brand again. I can only really afford to fund 1 or 2 albums a year. And unfortunately, I did the blues album. I like it. It works for me. I'd like to get to the point where even if I can only get the guys to do a short, like an EP, I'd like to get live musicians to do blues, but live musicians immediately raises the cost infinitely higher. 4-man blues band for 3 hours would be, for 4 hours would be about $4,000, and then the audio engineer would be about another $1,000. And basically those guys, if you want them to go in and just play blues, like ad lib, they will. but you might only get 5 or 6 songs out of it. If they know each other and you give it to them in advance, they can probably bang out some stuff. So, yeah. Now, with that said, I'm about to roll over the 4-hour mark. I'm going to go cook a steak, and then I'm going to get a couple of things done, and then I'm going to go conquer the world. I will see you guys tomorrow for the politics show.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think